Okay, that's broken. Of course it is. That's really annoys me. I wonder if I can get that fixed. Um. Yeah, get ready to play. Episode 2. Play. The long road ahead. Okay. That should work if I just send out a notification.
Previously on The Walking Dead. Get the gates open! We've got wounded!
I want to know why you thought bringing more mouths to feed was a good idea.
You've been good to me and my family. You saved Duck from those monsters, and you stood up to Larry at the drugstore. I won't forget that.
No one's trying to cut you out of anything.
Hello, Shard. Hello, welcome to the stream. How are you doing, man? Oh, okay, I forgot that. Hello, Henry, welcome.
Or that you were tied to this place?
That's right. I know.
Yeah, welcome, you guys, welcome.
And I know you're a killer.
He's not dead! Somebody help me!
Come on! We know this guy's
Oh, I forgot. Oh my god, I forgot about that. Oh my god.
There's a shitload of food and supplies back here.
You're right. We shouldn't take this.
The rest of us are taking this stuff.
Hello, the Jesus Christ as well. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Kyle as well, welcome.
You'll be safe.
Okay. Find another SMP to play on another story SMP? Alright, what SMP have you been playing on? Hello, Hydra as well, welcome. Hello, Henk as well. What's the difference between me and Lara Croft? Who's Lara Croft again? She's raiding tombs and I'm... Okay, that's insane. What's it called? That's insane. Win chaos recently, I can't lie, sorry about that. No, you don't have to apologize for it. It's all good. Bubblegum SMP? I can't say that I've heard of it before. That's only having fun. You're my favorite Irish streamer though? Bruh, I'm not Irish. That's crazy. Sound sir? Yeah. But welcome though, welcome.
Looks like this is our lucky day.
I have 33% Irish in me? Oh. This might go smoothly,
This
yeah.
might actually go smoothly.
We deserve
I need to do a DNA test at some point. If I do a DNA test, I'll reveal it on stream. I don't know how reliable they are. To make news about Shining... Can I do like CSMP? Oh no, that's fine, of course. Trying like... Oh, so you do like sort of news videos and you show off like smaller SMPs and stuff. Is that the kind of thing you're meaning?
You made
Yeah,
up
no,
your
that
mind
sounds
yet?
quite nice.
About what?
When it comes to the getting the hell out of Macon, I bet you're in the let's stay put camp, considering I've been pushing everyone
Show
to
off
leave.
small SMPs, that's pretty cool. Ooh. We should go. That's where we should go.
Motel.
Yeah, that sounds really cool.
And it's not safe.
Well,
Welcome,
if that's what you
welcome.
think, you should probably fucking speak up. Lily's dug in.
Zero Irish blood? Oh. I mean, damn, that's okay.
Okay.
I don't know how much. I know I'm mostly Scottish, but I'm also a part English. I think I have some like Romanian
We didn't leave much in there.
like in me as well from like my mum's side, but I'm not too sure like percentages. 100% Scottish? Oh right. So that means you're 50% Scottish then.
Shit.
You okay?
The ladder's come loose. I'm not sure how many more trips she's got.
Hello
in her.
Sparky. Hello,
I'm not
welcome to
sure
the
how many
stream.
more
Hello
trips
Bubble as
we've
well.
got in us.
Really want to make a new Gmail account for people to send me emails? Oh, you could do like... What you could do is like have like a Google Docs form where people like sort of look at... They like have like a little application they fill out. And it's the Scottish flag in my name. It doesn't come up for me. It says... It comes up as the Irish one for me on TikTok.
Of course you 5 days late again SMH.
5 days late? I don't know, 5 days late. Twitch blocked me from your stream because of mature content? Oh. Tickfinity Dot? Yeah, emojis just don't come up for me.
What now?
Thank you,
I'll find
Bobatron
another
Games, for
way.
the follow as well. Thank you for the
We gotta
follow.
move on.
Hello, Alex, as well. How are you today? I'm doing pretty good. Oh, hang on. What did, trying to see what Kyle said there. Got 40% Scottish in me, 33% Irish, and 13% English. Ooh, yikes. Thank you, The Walking Dead Game Hub, for the follow. Thank you so much for the follow. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. Alright, got a mic. Oh, that's pretty good. That is pretty epic.
They're blocked by all the fallen concrete.
Push the Jeep. Yeah, we could try that.
Looks like it still works.
Okay, okay. Yeah, if we grab this.
Lily's not doing so good, huh?
Hello, Jamie. Hello, welcome to the stream. You slaughtered her dad. It's not
Not
good.
good.
Yeah.
I'm worried.
No shit. There's a lot to be worried about.
I'm a Walking
She's
Dead
gonna
game
snap.
fan account. I love sharing the Walking Dead lives to my story. Oh, that's awesome. That's actually really cool. By the way, I just woke up from a nap and I feel 100 times better from the flu I had. Oh, that's good then, at least. I'm glad you're feeling a bit better. Miss your streams? Yeah, it's been a hot minute, I guess. It's nice to be back streaming, though. It's nice to be back streaming. Hello, Game with Glitch. Hello, welcome to the stream. Great Legacy SMP. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll try and help out, Echo. But just feel free to message me if you need anything. Yeah, let's try get in the Jeep. Okay, okay. Thank you, Game with Glitch, for the You're Awesome. I do apologise, the notifications seem to be a bit broken today, but thank you for the You're Awesome. Oh crap, what did he say? I don't know what I said. Hello, I don't know. Hello, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing good. Thank you for the Harmony as well. Do you play this off stream? No, we're on episode 3 now.
Guy at Herschel's farm last night.
So this is just episode
I wasn't
3.
Sure, it phased him.
Of course it did.
To go overlay gallery? No, I don't use Tickfinity, that's what I mean.
It was a scary situation for him. Sean dying and all.
I'm just worried.
I don't use Tickfinity at all. Hello, Brandon. Is it Live Studio? No, it's OBS. I use it's OBS and
Sure you're
Streamer.bot.
up for this.
Lee, I'm
But
fine.
it's something
I've
to do
got
with
this.
the new
Give me a
OBS
ring.
update. It's messed up everything.
Shit!
Oh. Jesus, Kenny, come on, man. Just dropped me. You okay?
Jesus. You okay?
No, Dick, I'm shot. Now get off here.
Why did she just trip up like that? Why did she just trip up like that?
What the hell is that? A walker?
Walkers don't scream, do they?
Jesus, I don't think so.
Oh. It's a girl we have to help.
We have to help her.
How? There's no getting to her.
We gotta do something.
Oh, she's done.
We gotta shoot her. Put her out of this
I
misery.
don't know we're here.
What do you mean?
I mean, we leave her alive, and she draws them all to her.
Let her die? She's already dying.
Think about it. We're always worrying about the ones we can't see. She stays alive and brings them all out of their holes.
Oh, what do we do, chat? Do we put her out of her misery, or...? What is this, mate? We're playing the Walking Dead game. Leave her? Just leave her here? Okay, we'll leave her then. Oh! Jesus Christ. What happened to Minecraft? I stream it now and again, but I'm trying to stream different games. That's evil. You're evil? I actually feel evil now. Since you killed the walkers, goes to you. Well, no, the idea was they lead the walkers out of the buildings. Where's Rick Grimes? So Rick Grimes isn't in the games at all, I believe, because it's based off of the comic books.
Should be good to clear this
So
place out.
the game's
We ain't
actually
got all
based
day.
in like the same universe as
Get
the
everything
comic
you
book.
can out of these racks.
Episode 3?
Don't
Yeah,
forget
we're on
underneath
episode
the
3
counter this
now.
time. I'll clear down here and then we gotta go.
Screaming? How she survived this long anyway? That's true as well, yeah. She's still screaming? Oh my god, dude. Let's grab some supplies, chat. Thoughts on chapter 2? Are we on chapter 2 now? I thought this was still chapter 1. Or are you asking about, like, my thoughts on episode 2? Be a waste of a bullet? That's true as well, yeah. Because
There's not much time now.
if we shoot her, then the zombies are going to know where we are. Episode 2? Really good, to be fair. I think I already saw the plot twist, sadly, on like a TikTok video ages and ages ago. But it was still a really good episode. I really enjoyed it, to be fair. Okay, ooh, let's get those protein bars. Morgan would be proud of us. Oh. Rip Mark though? Yeah.
Fuck, incoming. Come on.
Do I
Lee.
still flood your DMs with threats? Oh, that would be quite mean. That'd be quite evil, you know. So, I'm not too sure about that.
Let's hustle.
Oh my god! Dude, what is this? The door fell on me. Okay. Come on, Kenny. Don't you dare. Don't you dare, come on, man. So that was the plot twist. So you know how they were feeding us at the farm? Well, it turns out the meat they were feeding us was human meat. Oh.
Let's fucking get out.
Okay, I thought he was gonna leave me, dude. Okay, ooh. Valid if you ask me. Valid on us eating human meat? What? Oh, that's valid. Ooh. Okay, yeah, no, that's gonna be fucking perm ban, dude. Okay. God damn it, man. Well, I hope that wasn't true. Oh, shit.
Fuck was that?
They're everywhere. You took care of yourself, didn't you?
Pay more attention to the game? Yeah, that's true, that is true. So I don't pay attention, I end up dying. I died quite a lot last time, because I forgot to pay attention last time. Where's the rest of the gang? Freddy's on TikTok at least. He's not able to watch it because it's like an 18+ game, so some people aren't able to watch it on Twitch. Which is, I didn't realise that was a thing. It might be the same on TikTok, so some people might not even be able to watch this game. Okay. Let's see. No, I mean in the game. Oh, they're over by here.
You're back.
What's it called?
Ben found some
We were just
stickers
out
in the
on
drawer,
a supply
and I
run.
put 'em on my walkie.
Hey,
Let's find the other night.
that's neat.
Maybe it's like a new change they added to Twitch. Thank you for the hydrate rab. I do appreciate it. I got some cola.
Looks like we got the kid on watch again.
What'd you get?
We might as well leave a sign out.
Got Mike
that says,
yesterday? I saw it
"Men
earlier,
are
yeah.
come and
What kind of
rape
mic
our
is
women
it?
and children."
Huh.
Okay,
So,
okay.
what did you get?
A lot of stuff.
Lot of stuff.
We're fine, by the way.
Nice work. This'll keep us going.
Okay,
If we
that's
carry on
good.
like this,
Thank you,
we'll get
Revan,
to
for the
the
heart
winter.
me. I'll see if I can get the overlay to kind of work. I don't know if it is working very well. What do you think of my setup? Not the worst. I've seen worse. I've seen worse, to be fair, butter. Okay, there's the gift thing. I don't know why the alert isn't playing the sound. I do
winter?
apologize.
We'll freeze our asses off here.
Because piling into an RV with you after what you did to my dad is so appealing.
Why wouldn't it be?
Strolix?
You know,
I don't
I'll
think
do
I've
what
heard
it
of that
takes to
brand
keep everyone
before.
safe.
We're already safe.
Okay, we have to go
We
eventually.
have to go eventually,
Yeah.
Lily.
I know, Lee. I know. Eventually is different.
at it again, are we?
Can it, Carly?
Don't boss people around.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Somebody needs to make executive decisions for the group, though. And I don't think you're capable.
Did you help Kenny? No, I didn't help him.
We're strongest together. I know you think I'm on her side, but there are no sides, damn it.
What about the food situation? What about protection? What about when this place falls? Somebody's got to be thinking about this shit.
How has this not been working? We have everything we need.
Because of me, Lily.
No, because Lee knows how to take
deal
care
with
of
shit when
people,
this comes. Yeah, there we go.
not just things.
We
But yeah,
deal with shit as it
I didn't
comes,
help
just like we
Kenny. I
always
feel
do.
bad still.
And when 15 bandits hop over that wall in the middle of the night? What then? You just gonna deal with that?
Everything that happens to us is another excuse for you to pull this crap about leaving. All I want is a week of peace, of not
Last
hearing
streams, I don't
it.
know.
Do you
Yeah,
know
we
how
didn't
got these
help
supplies?
Kenny.
Your pal
I
and
thought we
got
could
lucky
save him if
and
I'm
let
honest
a
with
girl
you.
get eaten out there.
What?
Some girl came screaming out of an alley. She had dead hanging all over her. She gave us enough time to get everything we could out of the drugstore.
And you just let her suffer like what? Like bait?
She was dead anyway.
What is happening?
You weren't out there.
Hello,
She was
Car.
dead
Hello.
anyway. It made the most sense in the moment.
Lee's
Welcome
right.
to the stream.
We've been putting our lives on the line doing these runs into the city.
Kenny is like
Believe
he's
shit.
like
We
Shane.
all
He's already
appreciate it,
adapted
Ken.
to the
You
apocalypse,
should be
dude.
thanking Lee for not shooting.
At least he's not
It's
evil
not
like
so easy
Shane.
for him.
But yeah.
Look, Macon and its people aren't savable. It's not a town. It's full of walkers, and the people who were left are dying and wandering out onto the streets. It's hell on earth, and it's coming this way.
It's not going to be easier out on the road!
How would you know?
What I know? I know you're not above murder. I know somebody has been stealing our supplies. That's right, stealing! And I know the list of people I can trust here gets smaller every day!
Okay.
Now everybody get out!
Yikes. He's big. Kenny? I think it's just the angle. Dude, what do I say here? She'll get over it? I'll just not say anything. Yeah, no. I don't know if there's
All I
anything I
know
have to
is,
say.
whenever this shit happens, I'm the fucking bad guy. I'd like a thank you for once. For once!
Damn. So wonky. Yeah, the animations sometimes look a bit odd.
Things are coming to a
God,
head.
it's quite funny.
You could
Thank you,
say
Rab, for the hydrate again.
Well, I think you did good today.
Not gonna
And
beat
I
him up
find
and kill him,
myself thinking
butter.
that most days.
Kenny's chill. He's one of us.
Thanks.
It's
Yeah, the
probably worth
animation's always
following
quite
up with
junk-
Lily about what she was saying
like
about missing
janky.
supplies. With her wound up the way she is, I don't want to see her paranoid.
This is such a cool stream. Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
And I'd like to talk.
What are you
to Kenny
drinking?
about
Just
it.
bar cola. That's what I'm drinking tonight. I'll fart on him? Oh, that's quite disturbing. Okay. Yeah, the animations are always quite, like, janky with this. Even, like, yeah, with, like, the walking and stuff. Open eyes door. Okay. Base stuff for Shane?
I'm sorry.
Alright.
You don't have to apologize.
See, yeah, I thought so, because he's sort of like
Problem.
adapted to the apocalypse like Shane has. Okay.
I wanted to follow up on what you said about stolen supplies.
Do you know what's going on?
I don't. I just heard you mention it.
Things are missing, and I could
Okay,
use your
okay.
help. There's a traitor. Somebody, one of us, out there. He or she or they have been taking things.
For real. Who? What do you got?
Yes, for real. And I don't have shit. I just know.
Just know.
Counts off and it's the good stuff. Antibiotics, oxy, fuck, anything with opium in it.
I see
Ooh.
the count, and it's fine.
I keep my own. That one's getting messed with. I'm a fucking mess right now, but I'm not stupid. I know what happens if I start a witch hunt.
So you want me to start one?
I want you to poke around.
Okay. Should we poke around, chat?
What's there to go on?
I cried playing this game. It seems to be pretty good story-wise. I am
found
getting
this
attached to the
tossed into
characters.
garbage. We don't toss out equipment, we fix it. You'd only try to get rid of a flashlight if you were using it when you shouldn't.
Okay, I'll poke around a little bit.
Thank you.
Games are too good. They seem to be pretty good, yeah. I can see why they're like fan favorites.
A mystery.
Jesus, Doc.
I'm sorry.
Kill
I
him?
heard
I'm
you
not
guys
killing the
talking.
kid, Butter.
You need
Jesus.
to unhear all of that.
Can I help?
What did I just say?
You're the Grace detective, and I can be Dick Grayson, your ward. That's Robin.
I know who it is.
Murder the little guy? Find your Robin. Let's have Limpy Robin.
You're Robin.
Yes. What do I do?
I don't know. Go look around. Let me know if you find anything weird.
I'm on the case.
I wish I could play it again for the first time. I played it first time a couple months back. I get what you mean, yeah. It's the same with like some TV shows and stuff where it's like looking back at it, what's it called? It's like, oh, I wish I could like retry it for the first time or something. Or like rewatch a show. So I get what you mean, man,
Talk to
yeah.
Lily yet?
Yeah, she thinks supplies have been walking away.
Really?
There's some broken equipment, too. I'll look into it.
Thanks for doing that. What I wanted to say was, I've been thinking a lot about you.
Oh? About
What
what?
about?
For the earlier seasons of the
You're a
games?
convicted killer.
Carly, Jesus.
And I think
All
people
right.
should know. Not because they deserve to, and not because you're a bad man. I think the opposite of those two things. People need to know because we're hanging by a thread here, and I can't see Lily talk about you without thinking it's the next thing she's going to say.
That
You don't
I'm
have to tell
sick?
everyone,
I'm sorry to hear
but
that. I hope
think
you feel
about
better
who you
soon.
trust and take the opportunity while you have
AOT
it.
for the first time again? That would be good, yeah. You're probably
You're
right.
probably right.
Of course
But yeah,
you're probably
AOT,
right.
that's one of the shows I
People
wish I
might
could
be
rewatch
pissed,
the first time.
And telling them might cause some trouble, but it will be a far cry from what'll happen if they don't hear it from you.
Yeah.
So you'll do it then?
I'll let people know.
I'll let people know. You're totally right.
Good. I think it's for the best.
Okay, okay. Temperature of throat is whole hellhole?
You'll thank
I
me
hope you
later.
feel better soon then. It sounds like possibly like maybe a cold
Now,
or a
is there
flu,
anything
or it's
else
like
you
the
wanna
start
talk
of
about?
one. Let's think about this flashlight.
Do you know anything about this flashlight?
It's broken.
I know it's broken.
And the batteries might be in backwards.
It uses just one.
Everything should. What was the question?
Did you break the flashlight?
No.
Okay.
She seems a bit sus. Okay.
I'm gonna look into this thing.
Good idea.
It could even be a new sickness, possibly. I think there's like a new wave of COVID going around. So I know something like that. Kill her, she's been stealing. Why do you want me to kill everyone I speak to?
Haley.
Okay.
You didn't accidentally break a flashlight, did you?
No.
I don't
Did
trust her
Duck
for some
say I
reason.
did?
No. Did Duck break the flashlight?
I don't think so. He's just always blaming me for stuff.
Like what?
Putting a bug on his pillow?
Did you do that?
Yes.
Why is she evil like that?
What's
she
that
doing
you
there?
working on, Clem?
It's called a leaf rubbing. My teacher, Miss Moore, showed us how to do them when we went to the botanical
might be a
garden
thief? I don't know if it's just because it's
once.
like
It's the same.
my theories.
Kind of.
I've got a
I'm
theory.
sure
I think it could be
I'll
Kenny.
make one for you too.
That's what I'm thinking.
I'll talk to
Just because he's been shot, right? He's got that bullet wound, and he's obviously gonna be needing like meds and stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's helping himself to extra stuff. That's what I'm thinking. Damn, they really fortified this place. Okay. Yeah, talk to Kenny.
Hey, you two. How you doing?
We're okay.
Just having a little spat.
We all carry guns now, and I don't like it.
It's the way it's gotta be.
I know, but I'm not getting used to it. I'm sorry. How are you, Lee?
Anything about
Do you
broken
guys know
flashlight?
anything about this
Yeah,
broken
let's see.
flashlight?
Let's see if they know.
We don't got many of those.
Yeah, it's a problem. The glass and the bulb are all busted out.
I saw some broken glass over by the ice machine. I meant to clean it up before the kids hurt themselves on it. I forgot,
Ooh.
though.
Okay. About the guns.
About the guns.
Let's
Don't
see.
you start.
I just wanted to say, Kat, it's probably good they make you uncomfortable.
Thank you, Lee.
But we need them. There's no doubt about that.
Kenny, you got a second? Oh, what can we say to
Kenny,
Kenny?
you got a second? I need to tell you something.
Yeah? What do you got?
Oh, are we about to tell him? We are, I think.
It's serious.
Okay, should I sit down?
Come
Okay.
on.
I was on my way to prison.
On my
Oh,
way
I've
to
seen the
prison.
TikTok clip for this. Oh my god.
No shit.
No shit.
Wasn't for touching kids, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Because we got 2 here.
I killed a guy in a fight.
Oh my god.
Should I be worried there's anything else in your past that's gonna come out?
That is mad.
No.
Oh my
Good.
god.
But you should know.
Jesus
we gotta
Christ.
make numbers when it comes to a boat. This is gonna matter.
Jesus Christ. I knew I recognized this scene from somewhere. I saw a TikTok video of it. Kenny straight up with it? Yeah. That is mad though. Okay.
Hi, guys. Can I
Okay.
talk to you about something?
Jesus Christ, dude.
Is everything okay?
Ooh, okay. Why did he instantly assume Lee was a Minecraft YouTuber? That is crazy. I'm here now. How's episode 2? And we're on episode 3.
I mean, before the walkers showed up.
You mean you were a murderer?
You say that like it was my job.
Well, what are the details?
It was in a dispute.
Oh my
Would
god, that is
he have killed
crazy.
you?
I don't know.
Tell me what happened when you were locked in the fridge at the dairy.
Okay. Ooh.
I was giving Larry CPR with Lily. Kenny came in from out of
Did I
nowhere.
miss? Yeah, you just missed it, Elite Gibble.
What did he do?
Yeah, you just missed it.
He smashed his head in.
Oh my god. I feel like I shouldn't have told her that.
Gotcha.
Oh no.
Everything keeps changing.
I feel like I shouldn't have told her that. Oh no. Oh well. Kasha will remember that. Oh, I forgot this guy. He's
Ben.
the student.
What's up,
That's
Lee?
named Ben. Flashlight got broken.
was broken. Was it you?
No?
You're not in trouble if it was. I know you get nervous and maybe you went out to go to the bathroom, broke it, got word and tossed it.
What's with the 3rd degree? I didn't break any flashlight.
Okay then.
Played Minecraft Story Mode? I have. I really enjoyed Minecraft Story Mode. I still need to play Season 2, I think it is, with Story Mode, because I never played that, but I do love a Telltale game. It seems to be really good.
Hey Ben, I need to tell you something.
Surely. Is it about my watch? I'm trying to do a good job.
You're doing fine.
Okay. I was on my way to
I
prison
was,
before this.
On my way to prison before this.
Whoa, seriously? What, were you in for?
It's not important.
Oh no, tell him.
Just, if you hear anything, it's probably true. And now you know.
Thanks for trusting me, man.
Ben,
Content locked it for me.
Okay.
The only way to play Story Mode, I think, properly now is like through piracy on PC. I think that's the main way to do it. Who else is there to speak to? I know there's the glass here.
there's some broken glass on the ground there.
Can I pick it up? Inspect. it's a broken flashlight, chat. Okay, okay. I have the disc for PS4, but I can't play after the first chapter. Oh.
There's
Okay.
something drawn there. Chalk.
Pink.
Doc.
A clue.
Maybe.
What do you think it is?
I don't think it's anything.
Maybe it's a sign.
It could be. It's pink chalk.
Bring the
which
Netflix
is
version on
weird.
YouTube.
Okay, back to investigating.
That might work. I don't know if there would be like any copyright disputes, but that'd be pretty cool to be fair. Having like a remake of Minecraft Story Mode, or have it on YouTube. I forgot there was a Netflix version to be fair. I completely forgot that. My Xbox disc still works for Minecraft Story Mode. I think I had a digital download. I don't know. I know I have it on Xbox One at least, but I think it's a digital download. Okay, let's see. I should probably tell her.
Find anything?
I need to tell
I
you
need to
something.
tell you something.
Sure, go ahead. But if it's bad news, maybe save it.
I sent to prison.
I was sent to prison before the plague.
Shit.
What?
Dad said there was something about you.
So you know.
I didn't know what to know.
Well, it's true, and I'm sorry.
He treated you like shit, knew who you were, and you tried to save his life. The last thing you need to do is apologize.
Ooh. Ask Clem some more questions? Yeah, I think she's the last one I need to talk
Killed a
to.
guy. So what? I bet he was a dick.
Well, it ruined my life.
Good thing everyone else's got destroyed shortly thereafter, huh? Misery loves company.
I laughed when Larry died. I wasn't expecting it, dude. I thought we could save him with CPR. I was not expecting that to happen. Hello, Kyle. Hello, welcome back. Oh, I need to talk to Clem, don't I? Talk to Kenny.
I talked to Kenny about who I am.
And?
I don't know. Feels like I just gave him ammo if we ever have to make any tough decisions when it comes to a head count.
Well, don't worry.
I've returned? Oh, damn, both Kyles are here.
I'll talk to you later.
Welcome. Okay, yeah, let's talk to Thingy. I have a few priority missions left before I finish Mass Effect 3. Didn't you start that, like, recently? I thought you just started it. Do you have any pink chalk?
You have any pink chalk?
Food poisoning isn't fun? I thought you were feeling better. I'm sorry to hear that, though. I hope you feel better, though, Hydra. I don't know what had the flu. Oh, so it's like flu and food poisoning.
I found
Jesus.
something.
What is it?
I found this piece of pink chalk.
Started
with
ages ago, I
stuff
just
of
resumed it
over by
today.
the gate.
Ah.
Really?
Getting comboed right now.
I was coming to
I'll
see
feel
if
better
you
soon.
Yeah, Duck, I got it. Good job.
Okay, yeah, there's pink chalk here. Kyle 1 and Kyle 2. I just call Hydra by Hydra because that's what I'm used to. High five, Duck. Okay, let's high five him.
Cool.
Have we finished it just in time for you to stream it? Is it worth... Which one would it be best for me to start off with? Should I, like, start off with episode 1, I'm guessing? Or no. The first game, because it's all connected, isn't it?
Somebody was over here, too.
See,
Probably
I did
first
good, huh?
game?
Yeah,
I'll look
Duck,
into it then,
you
because
did.
I need to delete some
I
games
suppose I should
first.
go out there and
But
look
yeah,
around.
your save
You stay
continues
here
on?
this time.
Okay.
Seriously.
Okay.
Okay. Consequences in the second, so it's like a very sort of... It's just like this then, so it's like a
Incredibly
story
awesome is
based.
such an over-exaggeration for the Orange Yodan Titan.
I don't know what that's supposed to mean, Rab. Okay. Got a Meta Quest 3S yesterday? Alright, that's pretty cool. That was pretty epic. Okay, I think I'll go this way. Look at fence.
Those
Ooh.
bandits gave us hell. but
A
they've
third
been
is where it
going for days
ends.
now.
Okay. I'll look in then. I'll look at, I've already got the game. I just need to install it. When is Enna Dream Barbecue? That I'm not too sure about.
There's a grate down there.
There's a grate down there. Working towards that room? I like what you were showing off in the mod chat. There's a bag. Third is where it ends. You know how there's Mass Effect Andromeda? Is that connected to any of the games? Or is that just like its own thing? Gonna hop on the SMP? Oh, that's cool. I hope you enjoy your time on the server. No, it's separate. I just remember hearing about Andromeda and there was a ton of like
You haven't come up with anything,
negative
have you?
reviews.
I came up with this. It's got a bunch of
Different
meds
story
in it.
and
It was
galaxy.
in a grate on the
Alright,
outside
okay.
wall, and there's a sign on the other one.
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
Okay, we line everybody up. Everybody. Somebody is killing us. Stealing from that supply is the same as slipping into your room at night and cutting your throat while you sleep. You die.
Happy to say your creative
What is
drawing
the
skills have
difference?
improved?
What if
Alright,
Clementine
what have you
gets
drawn
sick and
now?
we don't have what we need. What the hell?
I haven't even started, but I've heard it sucks.
Who the
So I
fuck
give it a
is
shot.
that? Ooh, people out there.
Oh, there's bandits.
What do we do?
Oh,
Lily.
shit! They're gonna start kicking indoors any second.
Lily, what the hell are you?
Stall them.
What?
Just keep him talking. Do whatever it takes to stop him pulling the trigger.
You made the biggest.
Already locking. Okay, I need to lock in now.
Shit.
Enough of this bullshit! Drew, stop putting your boot to these doors! Yeah! Hold it, asshole!
Take it easy. Why are you doing this? Just leave us the fuck alone!
Why? This fucking guy. Why? Because we gotta, that's why!
What will it take to reach
What
a
will
deal?
it take to reach a deal?
About twice as much as you've been giving us.
You got it. Done.
Is that so? Well, I suppose we ought to hash out some terms then.
I don't like no hash.
Man, shut up, Ron! Christ!
Ooh.
Oh shit!
Oh, damn. Uh-oh. Lock in. He got shot in his ass? Oh my god, okay. Okay.
Get back there! Smoke him out!
Okay.
Get out of here!
No shit!
Get those bastards! Cover our people and get them to the RV!
Okay, we need to lock in, chat. We need to lock in. Fuck, where's the crosshair? Oh no, don't click on TikTok, chat. I don't need to click on TikTok, chat. Okay.
Now!
I've played Call of Duty, I know how to do this.
Get inside!
Project Zomboid stream when? I'm not too sure when I'll be doing one of those next, just because there's been an update to Zomboid recently and it's broken all of my mods. So I don't know when the next Zomboid stream is going to be. I do apologise. But yeah, welcome though. Welcome, Lobster. I hope you're doing good, man. Okay, dude, look at this. We're like quick-scoping these guys.
It's gonna be okay. Go!
No! No, not the mum.
Oh, Christ!
Okay, she's safe, isn't
Get in
she?
the RV!
Screw her! Let her stay!
My baby Sims have been bought by a rather controversial company. Your Sims have been bought? What do you mean they've been bought? The franchise? Oh. Oh. Wait, EA sold it? Which company did they sell it to? Did a zombie just vanish? I'm not too sure. EA is sold? Oh, EA is sold itself. Oh.
Lily, last chance.
Do you know what
Get
company
out
it's
of
been
here.
sold to? Oh damn, I wasn't expecting that. They took out a 20 billion loan. I know EA's been going something in Saudi Arabia.
Cat, Jesus, are you okay?
Oh damn.
I'm fine.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
20 billion.
Sorry,
And then
everything's fine,
55 billion.
everything's
That is
not
mad.
fine. We need to figure out how this happened. We just lost everything.
Well, we're lucky as shit to have this RV.
And nobody died.
Cat's head is split open.
I'm fine.
Somebody in here caused this.
Settle down back there. The bandits have had our number for weeks.
This is different. Somebody was working with them. Whoever it was slipping them our meds. They didn't get their last package, so they attacked.
Calm down back there. That's nuts.
Lee found a bag of supplies hidden outside the wall.
It's true.
So, Carly, is there something you want to say? Please. We have to get it out of you then.
Back off.
You're in no position to make demands.
Oh, so it's Carly?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're just pointing fingers. I didn't just come up with this.
Why her?
I've had my suspicions.
Why her?
Only from the start,
Seems
you can
like a stab
prove
in the
it.
dark, Lily.
See, I thought she was
Always
quite...
so eager
what's
to
it
see
called?
what
Thing.
supplies we found. She never
Don't tell me you
talks
killed
about
my
her
goat,
family.
Larry. We tried to
She could
revive
be related
him.
to those bastards for all we
Whoa.
know.
And been
My
drawing much
family's
just
not
silly
a bunch of
scratches
meth
and
real
calling them
forest people. They're fucking
Oh,
Lutheran.
that's cool.
You're not saying it wasn't you.
It wasn't me.
Starting another mission. I'll see you around, Kyle. Hope you enjoy your
Maybe
mission.
we should vote or something like that.
Vote? What?
Just look. Carly's a stand-up gal, and maybe this was all just a mistake.
We need to look at the facts. Let's calm down, we'll eat, and we'll deal with it.
Let's just let it go. People make mistakes, and yeah, this is a fucking doozy. But it's not worth it, Lily.
Then what do
Sorry
I
I'm
not
late.
forgive?
No, it's not all good.
Honestly, tell me. Kenny can kill my dad. Carly can steal from us. Where's the line?
Nobody was stealing anything.
Was it both of you?
What?
I've seen you two together.
Yeah, welcome to
Was it
required.
both of you?
Look, just let me out. I didn't do it, but I don't like this. I don't like where it's
Is
headed.
it Ben?
Look me in the eyes and tell me you didn't have anything to do with it.
Lily, lay off of him.
Okay. Oh!
Shit!
What's going on up there?
I hit something. We gotta stop.
Alright, well, we can deal with this now then.
Gonna go live at 9, I think. I hope you feel better by then, yeah.
Kenny, is it safe?
Okay, okay.
Should be.
Everybody out.
Lily.
Out.
Damn. Lily is really bossy. Dude, I can hear a zombie. Oh, it's the zombie that's under the car. Where's Duck and Carter? They're in the RV still. So do you think it was? Possibly Carly? That's what I'm
Kenny,
thinking.
The RV has some surface damage, but there's a walker trapped underneath.
God
Ooh.
damn it. Everyone keep your eyes peeled.
You know what? We shouldn't just kick you out.
thing ripped
We should
in
hear what
half.
everybody thinks.
I think you should chill out.
I'm not gonna take this. You can push Ben around, but you can't push me around.
I'm really sorry you feel that way. I'm starting to think maybe it was both of you.
There's
Okay.
no way it was Carly. It was somebody else. It could have even been someone sneaking into our camp.
That's ridiculous. That's what you think?
Yes.
Okay, fine then.
Kenny?
I don't know. Fuck. Just stop, would you?
Well, your vote counts for you and Katja.
We don't need all these votes. What do I have to do for you to trust me? I'll do anything. I'll do watches for months.
Huh, the hell you will.
I'll get more food, more medicine, anything.
You
Just
think any of that is good now?
let me stay, please. God, please.
You're pathetic.
Oh, it's him!
He's broken, Lily.
I can see that.
Do we need any more evidence than this?
Fuck evidence. Stop treating him like this.
Shut up, Carly. Ugh, I've heard enough out of you. Kenny, what's it gonna be?
Just give me a damn minute.
Ben, you
I returned
have
from
until that
studying.
walker
Welcome
is dealt
back,
with
welcome
to
back.
Tell me it was her and
We're doing
not
like an
you.
Among Us thing right now.
this, you're
We're about to
torturing
vote
him.
someone
No.
out.
Ben,
Stop.
Ah,
this
there
is
you
about
go,
trust,
you
and I've
shit.
never trusted you.
There. I got it.
Please, let's just get
Here's the
back
gun.
to
not
I think everyone has a
You're some
gun.
tough
I'm not too
bitch,
sure.
Don't you? Like nothing
Oh.
can hurt you. But you're just a scared little girl. Get the fuck over it. Take a page from Lee's book and try helping somebody for once.
Oh, dude, she's gonna snap. She's gonna snap. She's gonna get a gun.
Now,
He's gonna
What the
shoot
fuck's
someone.
the problem?
You've act.
Drop it.
Dude, what? No,
Kenny, what's happening?
Keep Duck away from the windows. Jesus Christ. Get in. We're leaving this crazy bitch.
She couldn't be trusted, Lee. I swear. Please.
Fuck, man.
What are we gonna do with her?
Leave her for the walkers.
Ken! Lee!
You're not coming with us.
I'll die out here.
I don't care.
You're a murderer, Lily. We can't have you with us.
Murderer? Lee's killed before and I forgave him. You've killed before and I'll forgive you.
Bullshit,
You
you
both
will.
know we
You've
do
been
what
planning
has
to
to
get
be
me this
done.
entire time.
I was trying to protect all of us. I don't have
Shoot
anything
Lily.
left.
I don't know if I'm gonna shoot her.
Get in, Lee. Let's go, you guys.
Okay, Jesus, I'm not gonna shoot her. Damn, fucking hell. I wasn't expecting her to do that. Carly was chill. That was... Damn. That was just unnecessary, man. Oh, there's a walker there. She's fucked, dude. Yeah, no, she's toast. Oh my
Lee?
god.
A word, please?
Oh no. Let's see. Way too soon. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. That was...
What's
Oh,
up?
damn, I wish I could do something to help.
Is Duck feeling all right?
Ooh, okay.
Oh, fuck.
Happened during the raid.
What's the plan? You've never had a bite victim in the group before.
I'm going to keep an eye on him and see what I can do from a medical perspective.
We keep the same plan unless something changes. East.
Guys.
What else is there to do? We thought you should know.
Damn.
Important to stay honest with each other.
He's bitten.
Anyway, if you could tell Clementine...
It's just like the show, isn't it? We have to, you know, put him down. Does that mean we have to shoot a kid? Oh, shit, man. Dude, we've got, like, no one left in our camp. Dude. There's nothing you can do to
Duck
Dave.
is good.
Huh?
Why'd he get bit? He was goated.
bit by a
He was
wolf.
bad. No, he was Robin.
I don't feel good. What about Carly?
There's no time for a
There's no
burial.
time for a burial.
Walkers?
Yeah. Horrible.
Damn. I'm still devastated because Carly was kind of gutted. Wow.
Glad I have you.
It's just us, Clem, Penny, Pentecost. Yeah.
I
Damn.
heard you outside my treehouse that day and thought about dropping a hammer on your head.
Okay.
That's nice.
I didn't, though.
Why does he get bit of all people? Yeah, he's just a kid, man. I don't know why he's been... Oh, that's mad. He didn't deserve that, dude. Is he turning? Dude, he's gonna, like, turn any minute.
Fuck!
What the fuck happened?
Shit! Get off of me!
Why is she a... Oh, it's a nightmare, okay.
We got something up ahead.
I wasn't expecting that, Jesus.
Road's blocked.
Okay. Feel bad for the children who have to go through this. Yeah, because like
Now we gotta deal with
in the show, Carl he goes through all of this shit. Love it is foreshadowing. Oh, don't say that, Rab. Don't say that. Oh, yeah, no, we're not getting past that, dude. That's... Yikes. Okay.
Is there any way to get around it?
Doesn't look like it. On foot, maybe. Can't really afford to do that now.
Can we go through
This
the woods?
seems like a safe area. All this brush will stop anything from creeping up on us.
We're gonna stop here temporarily, I think, chat. Yeah, dude, he's been bitten. He's...
Why don't you and I go look around?
Yeah, everyone else relax. Clem, stay close to Kenny and Kat, okay?
Lee, if you come across anything to drink, if there's a dining car or something, I think Duck's a bit dehydrated.
It's a friend.
Hello, Brandon. Don't worry, I'm still here. Glad to hear that.
What? You think there might be something dangerous inside an abandoned locomotive? Hadn't crossed my mind.
Okay, let's see if we can find some supplies, chat. I wasn't expecting that. Let's see. Should I talk to Ben? Yeah, let's see. What would you do?
Have done with Lily?
I don't know.
Gotta go now and try episode 3. I'll see you around Elite Gibble.
Kill someone like that.
Feel bad for Duck. I feel bad
Seen
for
a bunch of
bloody
other stuff by now.
Carly, dude.
Yeah,
She did
but
not deserve all
like
that. Was it you? Should I ask that?
Was it you?
Not this again.
Was it?
No!
Okay then.
Ben won't forget that. Damn. Okay, oops. Maybe I shouldn't have asked that. Let's go up through the door. Duck did nothing. Yeah, no, Duck's just a kid, man. He doesn't deserve any of this. He's... Oh, someone's living in here.
Whoa.
Somebody's been living in here.
Okay, that's a... Okay,
They're gone.
that's
I
a
hope
strange
so,
coincidence.
But this looks recently used. Be on the lookout and have your guard up.
He's acting mad sus. I think it might have been Carly. I'm not too sure, honestly. She was acting a bit sus, but
I'll take this to Kat.
she didn't need all that. Hobo, perchance? I don't know about a hobo. I feel like it's probably just some survivor when the train crashed. Pick up map. Ooh. Lily got what she deserved.
Remember
Yeah.
where the train goes. I think these tracks might lead to the coast. Route 27, Savannah. That's where Kenny's got us headed.
Okay, okay. Is there anything else on here, or... Let's see what's on the other side. It was Lily trying to avert the blame for someone else? Ooh.
That's one hell of a mess.
That could be true, to be fair. I kind of believe that, to be fair, because Lily's, like, the... You know, like, the sort of, quote-unquote, leader. And it would make sense why she was the one talking to the bloody bandits. Been thinking about anything for the SMP at all? Yes, actually, me and Chen were talking about something earlier in the Discord. So, possibly thinking of doing some sort of like Halloween events or something. I'll post some updates when we have like more info. Okay, there's nothing over here. Try some really rash instead of blaming some people. Yeah, she was... It's a difficult thing because I know her dad, you know, got killed by Kenny, but she really started losing it quickly. Trick or treat event? I don't know if you could do trick or treat in Minecraft. After work on Halloween? Oh, that's quite sad. I'm sorry to hear that. Larry deserved it. He was a shitty guy, but I don't think he deserved to have his, you know, brains blown out.
Nothing.
Okay. Or not, no, he didn't even have he wasn't even shot. He had someone threw it was bloody Kenny threw a brick on his head. Can I get this engine working at all? Okay, okay. For raising a murderer? Larry raised a murderer? What do you mean by that? Is this what I have to do? I have to fix a train? Killing the love of my life? Oh. Oh yeah, oh I get you. Okay, I get you now. But yeah, Lily.
Might be something inside.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what's all in these compartments. RAF before the walkers? Yeah, it's Larry mentioned that like Lily had military experience or something, which is actually pretty sick. Obviously, she wasn't too good mentally though, because she snapped pretty early on. Thank you, Rap, for the hydrate, by the way. I do appreciate that. I don't think I do so. I feel like we're not getting this train up and running. There was this, what looked to be like a walker over here.
Shit.
Lee was a teacher, Cat was a vet, Kenny was a fisherman. Okay.
We got one. Walker, sitting in the chair. We got him.
Was he? He looks pretty. Oh. Okay, yeah, we don't use the gun. Use the wrench.
Suppose we ought to look him over.
Yeah.
He was a teacher. Okay. He's got good apocalypse skills for a teacher. Don't think he was a walker. I think this guy's just dead, yeah. Oh my god. Ugh, that's quite disturbing. Oh, there's a family photo up on the wall.
Christ.
Already battered, yeah.
That light is blinking.
Push it.
Push it?
Why not?
Are you fucking serious?
Here, look.
Oh my god. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
It's just the brakes.
Okay, I'll give you that one.
This fucker works?
Seems like it.
No way.
How the hell do we get it moving?
I don't know. Ask Mr. Amtrak over here.
Okay, okay. Can we get this whole thing working?
We found this in the boxcar back there.
Whoa, is this what it looks like?
I think so.
This hoss will take us right to Savannah. 100 tons of steel.
They're gonna take the train? I think
1,000
so.
walkers between us and the ocean, and we don't have to give a shit. I can't believe it.
Just have to figure out how to get it started.
Figure out how to get it started.
I'm sure we can figure it out. How tough could it be?
No idea, but we'll find out.
That's the spirit.
Huh?
Ben, if you could keep an eye on the girls and Duck, I'd appreciate it. I'm gonna make sense of these controls.
Oh, he looks sad though.
Man, this could be exactly.
Are they gonna take the train? Yeah. But if there's a pile of walkers, I don't know. If this thing's going like 100 miles per hour, this is gonna go right through the bloody walkers.
It's a bunch of papers. A bunch of maps about Georgia's cities. Nothing about the train.
Notepad.
This is it. Instructions on starting the engine.
Oh, it's been ripped off.
Pages are gone. I can kind of see the indentations from the writing.
The indentations? How can you find a way to read the notepad? Oh, thank you, Rab, again for the hydrate. Jesus. Walkers ain't stopping a train. Yeah, no, the train's going right through them. Damn, okay. Well, that tastes like metal. Don't know if that's a good thing or not. Oh well. Oh, I've gotten a message. Oh, okay. That's what Kyle was on about earlier. Open cab door, use console. How am I gonna get... Look, rotten lunch. Ooh.
Ew.
Welcome back, required. Are you eating the train? I don't know if I'm eating the train.
Shit, this is it. Instructions on starting
Okay,
the
that was
engine.
really nice. I'm really about is Kenny. He seems to be pretty...
I can kind of see the indentations.
He's not accept... I don't know if he's going to accept Duck's death yet.
Hey, Ken.
What's up?
You want to talk about Duck? I'm really sorry, Kenny. Nobody deserves this.
There's nothing to talk about. You heard Cat. He could be fine.
We probably shouldn't ignore it.
Nobody's ignoring nothing. I'm not worried. You shouldn't be either.
God, we need some help getting this train going.
People take notes, right, when working on stuff like this? We're smart guys. We can figure it out.
Okay.
I'll get back to it.
Me too.
Where would we find... Oh, family photo. Classic Kenny, stubborn as shit. Yeah. Look for a pencil. There's nothing in the cabin, at least. I'm gonna have to look outside it. Unless there's a console here.
I have no idea what to do with these.
Go find Clem. If she oh, actually, yeah, if she's got crayons or something. That's a good call. I forgot about the walking animation, dude. Yeah, where's...
There's a notepad on the train. Do you have any pencils or anything in your pack?
No, I wish. Maybe in the RV. What do you need it for?
There used to be something written on the notepad that I need to know about.
Well, if you're not using it, I'd take it. I'm out of paper, and there's all sorts of new leaves around here.
Mine just doesn't say anything to her. Oh my god. Oh, it just... Okay. Why does it give me the option to look at it but not open it? Hug Clem because she doesn't understand her friend's turning? That is true to be, yeah. Open RV door. Okay. That just takes us back outside. Come on, there's gotta be something here. Aha! Pencil.
Sharpened too.
Girl, she's still a kid. Yeah. God. I still can't believe Duck though, dude. That I'm quite sad about. The kid doesn't deserve that. Well, we got a pencil now. God, the walking animation's so like goofy. Use pencil notepad.
Perfect.
You can read it now?
Yeah, should be able to just follow the steps to get the engine on.
Sounds good.
Oh god. 6, down, down, long, long, up, down. Fuck, chat. What am I supposed to do with this? Okay, use console. Is there a way I can pull up the... down, down... What was it? Up... Oh, I know, I can read. Okay, use notepad. Down, down, up, 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 down. Okay. And it's like this one at the end here, I think. Is that right? Oh. Down, down, up, up. Up, down. Oh, right, okay. Oh, this is gonna get really annoying, isn't it? Okay. Got the brain power for this?
Bitch. Whatever you did, lit the dash up.
Listen, I got the
So
brain
far, so
power.
good.
Okay. Next one. Okay. Yeah, that's easy. Fuck, no, I don't.
Now
Okay.
we're talking.
What is it now? Is it... How do you go up to the other bits? Okay, thank you to Henry, thank you for that. How do I... Oh, it's 9. Okay, thank you for the lovely sound effects. Where's 9? 5,
Let's
3,
go
4.
gambling! Aw, dang it!
What's up?
With
Okay.
the directions I was able to piece
Creeper
together,
sounds scared.
I think I
Me.
might be able to get
Yeah.
this thing started. I don't know. It's a long shot. I don't even know what the fuel situation is with this thing.
We'll find out. You mess around in the engine compartment yet?
Oh, the engine compartment. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. There was that one at the start, wasn't there? I think it's... this one? No. Oh, no. That's number 9, isn't it? Or... Oh, wait, no. Shit. Who's your top 5 right now? Like the top 5 on the stream? I can't see that. Hang on. Wrong way. Yeah, no, I was trying to pull up this. Left and then right. Okay. Oh. Top 5 characters in the game? Left then right. No. Oh, I have to do it again, don't I? Left. Then right. Lee would be my favorite character so far. I'd be like Lee, Clem, Carly, Kenny, and Duck. Duck, though.
Duck?
What about it?
Look, Kenny, it's something we're gonna have to deal with.
Did you not hear Cat? We don't know shit, Lee. Let's fucking enjoy this. Mom, let's see if she'll move.
Okay. Let's see, chat. Let's see. Oh, yeah, that was right.
It's all yours.
Listen, okay. I don't know what I'm doing, okay? I don't know anything about trains.
Damn it. Of course. We're still attached. Can you go find out where we're stuck?
Ain't Duck his kid? Yeah, Duck's his kid.
Yeah.
But I think it's like you guys are saying, he's in denial. He's not... You know, he's not ready for this shit. Which is... It makes sense, you know? He doesn't want to accept that his kid's gonna die. Okay, how do I unhook this? Or is it the bit at the end? Post most videos? Possibly? I've not thought about that yet.
The door to the boxcar.
Okay, how do I which part am I hooking? I need to start posting more clips and stuff, but it could be a thing I could try doing. So this... Come on. How do I unhook? Oh, am I at the wrong bit? I am, aren't I? Back of the car. Yeah, it's just hard to see where the back is from here. Because these camera angles are like all weird. Okay, there we go.
There. Hey, Kenny, we're loose.
If I create elytras? I don't know if that's possible. You can
get over there.
You touch any of my stuff?
Oh my god! Took him out of the train notes.
That's fine, you can have that.
Really?
Yeah, I got them all right up here. I guess it's no worse for wear. Name's Chuck. Charles, if you fancy.
Okay, okay.
That your crew outside?
Yeah.
And the guy up in the cab?
Him too.
I saw you walking through here and thought about scaring the pants off you.
What?
But I couldn't force myself to do it.
That's nice of him.
Freaking me out.
Train folk will do that. Already met everyone outside. They all warmed to me right quick in direct sunlight.
He seems chill, yeah, he seems pretty chill.
You met Chuck.
Yeah, I did.
It's so nice to meet someone normal for a change.
He gave us candy. Ben too.
look at his face, dude. He just stops chewing. Oh my god. Welcome.
Thank you.
You met Kenny?
Sure did. Man shares my love of the road.
That's for certain.
Is he turning?
I'm awful sorry your son's not feeling good.
I appreciate your concern.
Well, with a little TLC, I'm sure he'll be fit as a fiddle in no time. And I can offer y'all whatever I got, although it ain't much.
Thank you. We'd like to do the same.
Why don't we hold off on...
Stay with us. We'd like the company.
Chuck's the new glue holding us together. Yeah, he's chill. Oh, there's like no music coming from him. Okay, there we go. Let's talk to Kenny.
So that's it? We're cut loose?
Seems that way, yeah.
Okay, okay.
Great. We don't got much left, so just gather whatever you have. Let's go. Want to ride?
Well, it sounds like you're taking my home.
That's a yes, then.
Find anything better for keeping the creepy crawlies out than that boxcar.
Update me when I get back, please? Okay, I'll do it, Henry.
Get on the train, Clementine.
Chuck's old AF, like Oasis. Okay, no. One of the most cinematic episodes, by the way.
It's getting sicker.
I'm just still devastated about Carly getting shot. I was not expecting that. That was actually... Damn.
Is the train really a good idea with Duck like that? Maybe we should focus on one thing at a time.
Yes. What can we do here? We get on the train and we find something better. That is the plan.
I think Lee just wants to talk it through.
It's talked through. Get on, Cat. I'll be up front. I don't want to hear any nonsense until we get where we're going.
She looks devastated. She knows. She's what's her name? She does like medical stuff, so she knows like, you know, Duck's gone. Well, it's time we go chat. So yeah, look at the front of the train. This thing's gonna go through walkers. It's gonna go through them all. Okay, okay. I'm calling it now. Cat's gonna die, and it's gonna be because like Duck turns and eats her or something. I think that's what's gonna happen. That's my game theory, chat. Oh. I thought we were gonna hit a zombie there. Are we playing as... Oh?
You gotta be hard on you, eh? 3 adults taking care of 3 kids. No disrespect, son.
It is hard, yeah.
Your daughter's something else.
It's not a daughter.
She's a survivor.
Thank you, Brandon. Very cool.
Lee.
Oh.
I need you right now. I need you to go get Ken.
What's up?
Would you get that off his face? My hands are full here.
You know, he's
get that off his face, please?
he's gone. He's gonna bite us or some shit.
He's out of time. We need to stop this train.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. We need to go convince Kenny that we can do this, man. Okay. This is gonna be brutal, chat.
You need to stop the train.
Ken. Show me.
What?
Ken.
What the hell's that?
Your son's blood.
Get out of here, Lee.
You know he's dying.
Nobody knows shit. They'll be fine.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't talk like that right now.
Go back there and tell my wife everything will be fine.
It's
What
not.
is the goddamn deal? He's a little sick, but we can't just quit. It's a scratch. He's not like the others. Jesus, all y'all are just making it worse.
Stop the train. Stop it, goddammit!
Fuck you, Lee.
You're gonna listen.
Or what?
What the hell is wrong with you? But you need to lock it up. Be a man here.
Oh, you want a piece of me? Is that it?
I just want to talk, Ken. Relax.
Then talk.
You think you're the reason Duck was bitten? Like you had this coming or something? You didn't kill Hershel's son.
Yes, I did. And now it's catching up to me.
That's not what went down. You looked out for your kid. A bad thing happened to someone else's.
There ain't no way this world lets my son live when I help put someone else's in the ground.
That's not the way it works. You know that. Stop the train, man.
Come on. Okay, we talked him. We didn't fight him, at least. I'm actually quite sad now, dude. This is... Oh man, okay. Dude, look at him, he's devastated. You're losing all your group now? Yeah, we're losing everyone.
Again, I think it's time.
The boy's been bit, in case you haven't figured that out.
What do you need?
I...
Gotcha.
It's time to... This is not possible.
What are we gonna do?
We can't allow him to become one of those things.
But what if he doesn't?
Kenny, I love you very much. I love our son more than life itself. I need you to hear me. What you are saying, that he may not turn, is foolish.
But...
No.
There's... Come on, Cat.
If you think of one, you let me know.
Isn't there some sort of pill or something we can just give him?
Stop it.
Just drift off to sleep. Right, hon? I mean, Jesus, this is our son.
I know. But we know it's here. Or nothing.
Fuck. Just who, then? You want me to?
You don't have to.
I'll do it.
No, you don't have to.
I'll do it.
No, it should be apparent.
No parent should have to do something like this.
Lee's right, Cat. We can say our goodbyes and...
Damn, dude, this is actually fucking devastating, dude. Oh my god.
You'd be doing this family a great service.
Jesus Christ, man.
Why don't we take him into the forest, so Clementine doesn't have to see?
Yeah.
Give us a moment to say goodbye.
Of course.
Okay, hello. Oh, Jesus. First time playing it. This is my first time playing. Dude, he looks dead already. Oh my god, man. I see you using OBS? Yeah, I made this layout in OBS myself. Jesus, man.
What's happening?
Oh, the gun! It has to show off the gun as well. Duck is dying.
Duck is dying.
I know.
Jesus Christ, man. Thank you, Required, for the heart me, by the way. Thank you, Galactic Night Sky, for the heart me. Much love, how's you? I'm doing pretty good. Putting him out of his misery.
Putting him out of his misery.
Okay. Dude, this is...
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, man.
Things are... What the?
No!
Ben, take Clementine into the train. Go. It'll be fine.
Dude, what happened? Dude, what? Oh my god, she...
Cat! Gotcha! Why?
Oh my god, she...
Honey, oh fucking god!
Oh my god.
I...
Oh no, don't do it. Kenny, you don't have to do this. She did bubble. Her son's dying, and obviously she doesn't want to have her son die.
What do we do?
Give me a minute, I'll do it.
Kid. I'll do it.
Fucking hell, dude. He's lost his wife and his son in the same day. Should the side of so his face will still be the same? Is that like an option here? Jesus Christ, dude. Fucking it. We've lost 4 characters in one episode. We lost Carly, Lily, Duck, and Katjaa now. Fuck, man. Jesus. Oh my god. Got stuff sorted with work. Enjoy the rest. I'll see you around, driving man. I'll see you around. Hope you have a good day. Why is he so calm? I'm not too sure. He was already in denial earlier, dude. He's... Damn. Do we lose Ori or no? I'm not a character in this. Sorry to break it to you, Brandon.
Understand what happened?
Yes.
Okay.
Speechless? Yeah.
Chuck said
What'd Chuck say?
that what happened to Duck would happen to me.
The fuck he did?
Swear.
Sorry. I'm gonna go talk some sense into him.
Don't be mad.
Damn. I think you might be right, Rab, to be fair.
Hey, how you doing?
I just say what you said to Clementine.
What reason you had for doing it? No reason to go and tell my girl she's gonna end up dead.
'Cause she is.
See a character called Brandon? I'm not too sure if there is any character called Brendan. I'll see what there is though. I'll see if we can find one.
Y'all keep going on like this, and that girl ain't gonna make it.
What do you know?
I know that you don't have a goddamn plan. We get to Savannah, and then what?
Find a boat.
We find a boat.
You think that's a new idea? You got even the foggiest idea about where you're gonna find one of those. Look, sit down with the girl and hash it out. Find a map, for Christ's sake. I'd give you one if I had it. And if something were to happen to you...
It won't.
If it were, you gotta prepare the girl. Teach her to use a weapon, and for crime, he cut that hair.
I'm not a barber.
Not a barber.
It ain't gotta be styled. Jesus.
Oh
you
my
gotta
God.
run around with a mop that's gonna act like Velcro to any hand swinging its way.
He's
Find
got a
some
point,
scissors
though.
in my pack, and take care of that hair before a walker does it for you. And then show her how to use a gun. Because like it or not, that's what saves your life from here on out.
Okay.
Explain to her how they work, and not to be afraid. I don't mean to tell you how to do your job, but too many people have died already.
They have.
And seeing another little girl die might just do me in.
I hear you. The plan, a haircut, and a gun. It's good advice.
It's something.
You got any family?
You have any family?
Out there, somewhere. Been sort of on my own for the past, 14 years now.
Sorry to hear that.
No one to blame.
Wait
Where
a
are you
minute.
headed?
Let's see.
That way?
I mean when we get to Savannah.
Got a few ideas. We'll have a talk when we get there about whether or not you folks want company.
Damn, dude. You homeless
You're
then?
homeless then.
Suppose. I've had homes here and there, and they just don't work.
Welcome back. Welcome back, Henry.
I like a drink, you know.
Yeah, you've missed quite a bit. We got the train working.
Darn.
You know the kid Duck who was bit. We had to shoot him, Henry. But sadly, his mother, she had a gun and she'd shot herself. And, dude, this fucking hell. I didn't expect this game to be so emotional, dude.
I shot the kid, you know.
I suppose.
We were the ones who had to shoot the kid.
What a mess.
You said.
Thank you, Lucas, for the follow. I do appreciate it,
safe
man.
up here.
Thank you for the follow.
You betcha.
Jesus. I feel really bad for Kenny, dude. Lost his wife and his bloody son in the same day.
For a second, Kitty.
Can you just leave me alone?
Okay, let's just leave him alone. Fucking hell. Lost his happiness too. Yeah, you know, he's completely devastated.
Hey, Ben.
Hey.
How many of us
Aren't
left?
many of us left.
Yeah. You, me, and Kenny. Clementine. The homeless dude if he sticks around.
Homeless dude. We're all homeless.
We're all homeless.
You know what I mean.
There's not much use in describing people by who they were.
Yeah.
Why is Ben a bit sad? Oh, why he's not sad? I mean, Carly didn't have to die.
Carly didn't have to die, you know.
She would have killed me instead.
Yeah, maybe.
Wait, Carly?
Yeah.
What does he mean by that? Should have killed me instead?
The door to the boxcar.
I don't get that. Kenny's gonna die soon next, I think, yeah. I think it's likely to be happening soon. Do you not like this guy?
This train much longer.
The guy we just talked to, Ben, or the guy we're playing as? Bottle of whiskey.
Like Chuck has some booze left.
I think he means Lily would have killed him instead? Yeah. Let's talk to Clementine.
Did you talk to him?
The one you talked to? Yeah, he's a kid, I guess. But he's, yeah.
Made some good points. Look, we're not gonna let anything bad happen to you, but there are some precautions we have to take.
Give the alcohol to the alcoholic?
Okay. Yeah,
Who's the
that makes
alcoholic?
sense.
You mean the homeless guy?
Okay, what should we do?
Well, we're gonna figure out a plan for when we get to Savannah. Teach you how to
Kenny? I'm not
protect
giving it
yourself
to
from
Kenny.
others.
He's the one driving the
Gotta get
train.
So you can't get grabbed so
I
easily.
feel like drunk driving a train is an
I
awful
like that.
idea.
Good.
Okay. Oh,
You need to know how to protect yourself.
trains are on a track, not a road?
Hiding or running away?
Yeah, still.
Got it.
When are you streaming? Right now.
With one of these. First, don't be afraid of it. It's just a thing. Take it. But know where your finger is all the time. And don't put it on the trigger unless you want to hurt somebody.
Okay. Okay.
See? It's not scary.
It's heavy.
You'll get stronger. To aim, you look right down the top through that notch. Line
Okay,
up the
okay.
sight at the end with your target.
Is there anything else I should know?
Aim for the head.
I know these are just bottles, but you have to aim for the head.
I know. Only the head.
Unless it's not a walker and it's someone trying to hurt you.
And then?
Head or body. Anywhere.
I don't want to think about that.
You're right. It might be a lot for your first day. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, we're accidentally gonna get shot. I'm calling it, chat.
Good.
Cause
Don't
see.
like your elbows. Okay, let's take your first shot. Squeeze the trigger smoothly, and I'll cover your ears. Nice and easy.
Nice and easy.
You okay?
My hands hurt. I don't like this.
Let's stick with it, okay?
Do I have to?
Remember when Kenny did a backflip off of Lee's head? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think I remember that. Keep it steady.
Keep it steady.
Higher.
Okay, a little higher.
Oh. Aim to left.
Okay, aim a little bit more to the left.
Keep it steady.
Steady now. Almost got it.
I got it.
Excellent. Good shot.
Okay, okay. Aim
A
left.
little bit more to the left.
Keep it steady.
Close. Now keep it steady.
There we
There
go.
you go. Nice.
Wholesome moment. It's nice to have like a more wholesome moment, especially after what we just like went through and stuff. Yeah.
I did it.
Yeah, you did. Good job.
I just pretended they were walker heads.
Good. Just like you should.
They're not walkers, though.
No, far from it. But you know how these things work now. We'll graduate you to walkers one day.
Okay, I feel good.
Not so scary, huh?
Nuh-uh.
How'd she teleport further away from us? I think the game is just a bit janky. Okay, we needed those scissors for a haircut, didn't we?
They look clean enough.
Yeah, short scissors to coincide.
Hey, Clint.
Hi.
So you're probably not gonna like this.
Oh no. What happened?
Nothing. We have to talk about your hair. It's not safe.
That's not nice.
What?
Are you saying it smells?
No.
'Cause it does. Kinda.
Do you remember when Andy St. John grabbed it and I got mad?
Yeah.
Well, that could happen again. And if it's a walker, well, we need to trim it.
Just a trim, right?
I need to cut it short enough so that it can't get grabbed.
Okay.
Cut hair.
If we do this now,
I guess not.
don't mope. It's a good thing.
Do you know how to do this?
Yeah, of course.
I don't believe you.
Well, good.
Good?
Means you know when someone's lying to you, which is another valuable survival skill.
So you did kill someone before.
Yeah.
You could have just told me. I wouldn't have been afraid of you or anything.
I'm sorry.
Of how brutally honest children are. Yeah, she's like very brutally
even
honest.
matter.
No, it's different.
But you do it now to protect yourself. And to protect me.
I was sent to jail
Did people ever go to jail when they shouldn't?
all the time. Okay, I think I'm about done. I can probably tie these pieces back with something.
Here, I have some hair thingies.
You do?
Yeah. Lily gave them to me for sleeping.
There, all set.
Hair thingies, yeah.
Dumb.
No, you look cute, and a lot harder to grab.
Short hair suits her though? Yeah. Aww. See, it's nice when we have these like wholesome moments and stuff. Clementine's hair is a lot safer now. See, that comes up on the game. So I feel like there's gonna be like a scene or something that happens where she almost gets grabbed. And it's gonna be like to do with this. What the hell did you do to her hair? Listen.
Sorry about your hair. I think it looks cute though.
We had to do what we had to
Mom
do.
isn't going to like it.
What a crappy day. Yeah.
The crappiest.
If 3 months ago I'd known what you'd be seeing, I don't know if I would have taken you with me.
I probably would have run out
Tell her
of
about
food.
Duck? We already done
Damn,
that.
they starved with me.
I'm glad I came with you.
Aww. What do you think about Chuck?
Chuck?
Hello,
I don't
Goofy
know.
Shark. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing
He
good.
might be an okay guy though.
You think?
We'll keep an open mind about him. He's probably had it pretty rough. I need to look around for a few things that'll make sure we're prepared when we get to Savannah.
That would be good. I hope it's safe there.
God, me too.
Alright. Oh, I'm glad to hear you're doing good, man. Welcome, welcome. We're on episode 3 of The Walking Dead. We got whiskey chat. Lovely.
Hope we're not on this train much longer.
Let's see what else we can grab. I don't know what supplies we can drink it. I'm not drinking the whiskey.
Hey, Ben.
Hey.
See
ya. Why does it give us the option to talk to him when it doesn't do anything? Can we give it to Kenny?
Hey. It'll be good to get to the water.
Any maps in here?
Maps up here?
I don't know.
I just want to look over one with Clem so she has a lay of the land once we get to Savannah.
So we can search the map then, yeah.
Do you mind if I look in
Can
there
you
for
give context what
I really
happened?
wish you'd just leave me alone.
We've had to shoot Kenny's son, and Kenny's wife deleted herself from the game.
Yeah.
You get what I mean?
I wanted to talk to you about keeping my past from you all.
Doesn't matter a lick to me. Fuck. Just gotta move forward.
Kenny got karma for killing Lenny guy? Yeah, but Lenny was gonna turn, or whatever his name was. Like, he was, you know... This game actually gets you to like the characters, and that sucks when they die or leave. Yeah, that's what I mean, like, you get attached to characters.
Still want to get a boat?
That's why,
It's
like,
still the best plan.
it's heartbreaking.
It's the best plan.
It actually is, dude. Thank you, Andrew, for the rose, by the way. Thank you so much for the rose. I do appreciate it, man. Fuck, is there anything we can do here? We can't grab a map, it seems. Is there anything I do? Any
Are
maps
there
in
any
here?
maps up here?
I don't know.
Mafia
Just,
Fawn is
wanna
over?
look over one with
Oh, that's the
Clem,
fucking
so
thing
she has a
Kai
lay of
Cenat
the
was
land
doing.
Once we get to Savannah.
Wasn't it? Yeah, like Duck, he was goofy and very obviously clueless. He was just kind of spark of joy in the world. Yeah, he was just a kid, man. Like, he didn't deserve any of this.
Get out of here.
Okay, there is a map there, but I can't seem to get it. I didn't like Duck. He was a bit annoying, but he's just a kid. What's this new pop-up for gifting? Sorry, but it's horrible. There's a new one? There shouldn't be. Unless the one you... Oh, if you're on about the one that was up earlier, it's just a temporary one because TikTok's bloody... Yeah, TikTok's just messed everything up recently. Even the sound doesn't work. How do I get through the... How do I speak to this guy? That's it. I think that's the last guy I need to speak to.
Well, the girl can shoot.
Doesn't have to be pretty.
Probably will be before too long.
Okay. TikTok smells like pinatas. Oh, that's lovely. Your bolted shark.
Damn. Didn't realize I had it left.
Hello, Acito. Hello, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing good.
Want a nip?
Welcome, welcome. We're playing The Walking Dead tonight. We're Walking Dead episode 3 tonight.
Suit yourself.
Is he just drinking whiskey at the ball? Did you watch the Demon Slayer movie? Oh, the new
Anybody in
one.
there
I
wanna
hope you
share a
enjoyed
drink?
it.
No.
I hope you enjoyed
Will
it.
do.
Go ask Kenny. I've tried talking to him. He's just well, obviously, you know. Go ask Kenny if he wants to drink. I feel like that's a bad idea.
Chuck wanted to know if you needed a drink.
I mean, I guess so.
He's got some.
Yeah.
Chuck's a nice guy. Loved it, but sadly I didn't see my fave Hashira. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Glad you enjoyed the movie though.
Can't help.
Man, the guy's lost his son and now we've just told him to go get a drink. Jesus. Well, we have the map at least. Demon Slayer movie's tough. I've not watched Demon Slayer, it's not my kind of thing. Damn. I'm still fucking devastated about this shit. Oh, we got a map now.
Huh?
It was?
I was the one giving the bandits supplies.
What?
Oh my
It's all
god.
my fault.
I even had a bracelet match color scheme for Shira. What? That's really cool. That's actually really cool.
Jesus, Ben.
I know. They said they had my friend, that he was with them.
Just stop. Fuck. Can we even trust you?
Yes.
Why'd you have to go and tell me that?
I just...
No, just don't tell anybody. You can't take any of it back, so don't.
Okay.
Carly died for nothing. She did. Fucking hell, man. Carly was the goat. Damn. Fuck. Damn. Let's show her the map, yeah.
Hey, Clint.
Hi.
Ask Clem for a drink. I don't think we can tell her to go get a drink of vodka or whatever it
Me
was.
too.
And what we're gonna do when we get there. We don't know what to expect. The city could be bad or totally under control.
Hello TikTok chat.
Yes.
Oh, Henry saying hi to you
We're a
guys.
team, you know? And a team needs
The
a
group
plan.
would have been maybe more stable with Carly.
What else
Yeah,
on this train
I'd
stops,
agree.
You and I should know exactly what we're doing.
Oh well, next movie we get to see my fave, Shira. Oh, that's pretty good then. When's the next movie coming out?
Hi, Henry.
We
We should,
need to
yeah,
help
there we
find
go.
a boat. It's our best bet at safety.
Okay, but we'll be in Savannah, and my parents were in Savannah.
I know. Look,
No, I don't care about safety. I care about finding them.
Where do you even
where
look?
would we even look?
I can remember where they were staying. Maybe they didn't go far.
Clementine,
My grades? What's up, Brian? What's up?
let's figure it out on the map, but
False
a
sense of
boat is the
choice.
ultimate plan.
Yes, they can come with us,
Sean,
right?
Ooh.
Yes. Looks like we'll come right through town if there's nothing on the tracks to hold us up. We're gonna
Rural
wanna look
Georgia?
for a boat
Does she
here,
still not know?
I imagine. And from
She's
there,
not
we can
finding
always
her
Savannah to the
parents, so it's
southwest
gonna
of
be
the city.
depression for
Should be a
her.
good chunk of Savannah here. What do you think?
Hmm.
They always stay in the same place when they go there.
I mean, she's just a kid, so I don't think she wants to accept, you know.
Don't worry, we'll figure it out.
Like,
Have you ever been there?
Once.
Well, think about it.
like if you were a kid and you were going through this shit, do you want to, you know, are you wanting to think that your parents are dead?
They got
Like, no, you
really
want
tempted
to, you know,
to
think
say,
that you can find them.
Called the, something Mar.
Is this it? The Marsh House?
Yes, that's it.
The
So
Marsh
we'll head
House.
there.
Yes,
You think we have a good plan?
I think it's very good.
I like how, like, yeah, like even Kenny, he was an adult. He was denying, like, you know, that duck was gonna turn.
They'll like it. Promise.
All right. How do you feel?
Good. Better. I'm glad we have a plan.
And you're a good little shot.
Thanks.
I guess we should see how far.
Oh, shit! Hold on, everybody!
Another emotional thing? Oh no, dude. My guy's just sat there, bloody thingy. Uh oh. He looks worried, man. Ooh, what is that? Oh, it's bloody fuel, isn't it?
Fuck!
Oh.
Maybe we could walk? That's fucking stupid, Ben.
Oh my god.
No. I ain't got much experience with y'all's fortitude, but we could probably deal with that. We got a goddamn train.
That thing's not full of milk, Charles. That's gas or diesel. Something that's gonna explode.
You gotta get a hold of yourself. This a crew here.
This ain't shit.
This?
Yo, you keep screaming like that and you're gonna get your face chewed off.
Are you guys
Oh.
gonna be trouble? Because we could have just kept walking.
No, we're friendly.
We're friendly! Put your hand down, Ken.
That's what everybody says.
We know.
Let's give these guys a break.
We'll see.
You guys got a problem with your train?
Yeah, you're standing right in front of it.
Dude, it's a wreck. It's not so bad from up here. Send your buddy up to have a look.
Anything goes sideways up there.
Do you meow?
We won't let them escape.
I don't like how you're asking that question because you already know the answer to it, buddy. The amount of times. Okay, let's go up here.
If I come up there, you better not be murderers or thieves.
I guess you'll have to find out.
Oh. I was on the edge of failing my chemistry exam, but I barely managed to save myself. Oh damn, Jesus.
We're doing fine.
Glad you managed to save yourself, but Jesus.
What about when...
I don't associate with kitties. Okay.
Hey dude, I'm Omid.
Bruh.
Lee,
Krista, what's the deal with the train?
we're driving it.
Oh man.
Could use some good people.
You want to help us out? We could use some able bodies, and yeah, we really need some help.
What's in it?
Oh.
Oh shit. God damn, you guys have a kid.
What are you doing up here?
Do you know how long it's been since I've seen a kid? Shit. What's your name?
Clementine.
Oh, so he gets to swear.
Oh, this is great. See? Things are looking up.
You're not her dad. He down there?
It's that obvious?
To me.
And no, he's not down there.
Huh. What's your story?
I came across Clementine alone. First day all of this happened. We've been together ever since.
And everybody down there, they're cool?
Kenny lost his wife and kid, yeah.
Kenny lost his wife and kid.
Man, how long ago?
What time is it?
I don't know, 4?
Maybe 2 hours ago.
God damn.
We're sorry for anything that's happened to you guys. That train is awesome, though.
A tank is your real problem. We'll help you with it, but if we see anything we don't like, we're moving on down the road. Alone.
We'd appreciate the help.
You can't just blast through it, I guess?
If you could get it down, the rest would probably be pretty easy.
We'll start there.
We'll come down and settle in and see if we can help.
Okay, chat. How do you think we're getting this off? Look at Hitch. Okay. Let's see if we can do this.
There's no way I'm pulling anything apart down there.
Okay. Are we able to, like, drive it at all? Don't pull it. FRS truck. Generator, okay.
It's empty.
Guess it's having burrito tacos. I'm guessing it's Yukai days. Ooh. I have an idea. What's your idea, Rab? Let's search the truck. The running alive? Yes, the running alive.
That's about the only useful thing in here.
We got duct tape. Oh my god. Okay, she seemed to have an idea.
Am I gonna have to tell your people the plan or what?
Okay. Oh, when you tell them plan.
Guys, this is Omid and Krista.
Not big on welcomes?
Like I said, we could use some good people.
We just wanted to say hi and say your train is pretty cool.
But we're not looking for charity.
We could help you guys, though.
Maybe.
So, yeah. Hi. Again?
The plan is to cut that tanker down and be on our way.
Seems like plan.
I'm afraid of women. Oh.
Want to start in on that
Get well
tanker?
soon, I guess?
I'll get to know the girl for a minute, if you don't mind.
And why don't I show you how this thing works, in case something happens?
Really, Ken?
It's probably for the best.
Oh my god.
Someone might want to have a look inside of that station back there, too.
Sounds great. Let's do this thing.
Dude, I think Kenny's gonna... You know... Yeah, like what you've just said, Rab. I'm getting really strong vibe. Okay, can we not go to that station, or... Dude, the games are so janky sometimes. Fuck, I think he probably might end up doing that, chat. This is... Oh, okay, no, station's up ahead.
Can I follow you over there?
You don't like the new girl?
I do, but it's like we're a team, like you said.
Yeah, all right. Come on. Clementine and I are checking out this train station, all right? Hustle over if you hear anything.
Oh. We should go straight to a loading screen. Oh, now everything's orange. Try to get fuel from the oil tank and put it in the generator and you solve it from there. I don't know if there's a whole oil tank though. I don't know if we're going to be able to get it... Put that into the bloody thingy.
Somebody was doing some painting.
Countryman... How do you say it? Yeah. They use a fisherman apparently. That's what someone said earlier in the chat. Like before the apocalypse, Kenny was like a fisherman, so he's like used to living out in the... Well, he's got bloody RV for Christ's sake. The access port on the top. Ooh, which other could be a walker?
Wait for me before trying to open doors.
Sorry.
Luckily, it's locked. We'll get better at working together.
Okay. But yeah, there should be a way to like open it and like drain windows. Can I just smash these or forklift?
Things worked in years.
Yeah. Let's see. Kick it open. Why is Clementine so innocent? It's because she's just a kid.
Won't budge.
Oh.
The window's open up there.
Maybe I could look in?
Boost Clementine.
Why don't I put you on my shoulders and you can peek into that window up there?
Sounds good.
Okay, okay.
Okay, I can see in. What do I do now?
What do you see?
Lots of crates and stuff.
Maybe we can find the key or figure out a way to knock this door down. Kenny'd probably have me pick the lock, which actually might work now that we have the time.
I think I opened it.
For real?
I think so.
the shock on his face. The for real?
Well, I'll be damned.
Huh? That's kind of... It's nice having these like wholesome moments, because you got like these really depressing parts of this game, and you got these really nice heartwarming moments. I don't like the place creaking so much.
Maybe I can hold the door open?
I don't like that. I'll prop it open with something.
Came from my closet. It was very creaky, yeah. I'm back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Prop the door. Yeah, I got the... God. I had full volume.
There's gotta be
Jesus.
something useful in here.
Okay, let's see what we can find, chat. There's tins of food. Let's go through the cage door.
Locked up good.
More heartwarming moments, or to make the depressing moments more depressing. That's true as well, yeah.
How we doing?
Good. What do we need?
Something to help us deal with the tanker out there.
Okay. Look at blowtorch. It's on the other side.
That's exactly what we need.
Over there?
Yeah, we need to get in there and get that blowtorch.
I'll do my homework. That's fair, that's fair. I hope you, I hope you enjoy your homework, I guess. How do we get through this door?
Locked up good.
Clementine isn't being very useful right now. That's... Oh! Oh, we found a useful bit.
There's some space up there, but not much.
We're lucky I'm so little.
Yeah, we are.
Okay, yeah, there we go. That would be bad near an explosive oil tanker. That's true, yeah. If we have a blowtorch and have it next to the metal, like, explosion tanker, it does feel like something's gonna go wrong, but
come on,
that'd be fine, I think.
Behind you!
Oh shit! Oh! Oh! Oh, come on, bruh! I clicked on the zombie, oh my god, oh my god! Okay, yeah, I've recognized I'm dead. Jesus.
Go on and grab the keys, Clem.
Okay, apparently clicking on the zombies does not work. It says W to back away. Listen, I thought I could push the zombies. Okay, yeah. Okay. This isn't Project Zomboid? That's true, yeah. Oh! Jesus.
It's okay, it's okay. Everything's fine.
Oh, don't shoot me, dude. She's gonna shoot me.
Finish them.
I think they're dead. Oh, shit, no, it's not all fine.
Keys, now!
Come on, dude. The keys. I know it's locked. Don't make me look at it. Minecraft story mode when your wooden sword breaks and you're fighting the two zombies.
So
it's the exact same company, so yeah, it makes sense.
We're okay.
Oh my god.
Everything's okay.
What's going on? I thought I heard a gunshot.
We're fine. We found some walkers.
You and an 8-year-old versus 3 of them, huh?
Okay, okay. We handled it, yeah.
We handled it.
Yeah, it looks like. What if you hadn't? I'm gonna go make sure the noise didn't cause us any problems.
That's a good idea.
I hope you know what you're doing with her.
We're still alive, aren't we?
Yeah, you are.
Okay, let's talk to Clementine.
You sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm a little shaky.
It'll pass.
Shoot the giant can. You mean the can that's over here at the bottom? I don't know if shooting that's gonna do much good. Yeah, grab the blowtorch.
We got it.
Let's go outside now.
What did we learn?
I'm not ready for a gun.
We learned that everything is dangerous.
We learned that everything we will ever do is dangerous. We'll
Catch the
be
can
better,
door.
smarter,
The
and
problem
faster,
is
okay?
that's gonna cause. I think it's gonna blow up. You mean like the giant gas tank? Yeah, this is gonna blow up and we're gonna die horrifically. That might be a bad idea. The blowtorch idea? To use the blowtorch in a gas tank? Listen, it's not gonna be that bad.
I found
No,
a
but from far
blowtorch in the
away.
station. Should make quick work of the coupling up there.
Excellent. I'll come up there with you to have a look.
I don't trust this guy. You're gonna die horrifically? I'm not gonna die horrifically. Where's Lee carrying that blowtorch? Listen, he's got pockets, man, okay? He's got pockets. He's not even got on his back or anything. He's just straight up just holding it. Yeah, talk to him.
Think this'll work?
Dude, you're cutting metal with fire. How could it not?
Up his ass? Okay, that's crazy. You might be right. See, the whole thing, look at the size of that.
The hose has a leak in it.
Turn it off, dude. I don't want my eyebrows burned off.
Well, we got that duct tape earlier.
With something.
I got that duct tape, didn't I? I just realized this is a game. Yeah, we're playing a game. It's like Minecraft. It's the exact same as Minecraft Story Mode. Like, it's the same developers. So it's an interactive, like, game.
It should work now.
That's what we're playing. Okay, chat. We got blowtorch.
That's crazy. Look at it go.
Just about got it.
Uh-oh.
Whoa, thanks.
No sweat, man.
Thought we were watching a movie? Nah.
By a thread. The
It's all
smallest
good.
cut and it'll go.
Okay. Chat, this is gonna go wrong.
Here, the weak portion of the coupling's out of my reach.
You think it'll be within mine?
No, but I'm gonna dangle you over that ledge.
I'm gonna
You are.
Oh my god, dude, what? Gonna dangle
Son of a
you.
bitch, aren't you?
Shut up and start cutting.
Oh my god. Oh shit, dude. Okay. Thank you, Ethan, for the follow. Thank you so much for the follow.
Guys, there's something coming.
What the what?
Must be thousands.
We gotta go.
Fuck. Omi, cut, cut.
I am. It's going. Pull me up.
Okay. Oh, come on, fall out the way, fall out the way.
Can he go?
Okay. Oh.
Shit. What the hell do we do now?
What the god this works?
Holy crap.
Oh. It's gonna burn the zombies.
We gotta jump.
What? No way.
Okay, come on, chat. We gotta go. This is why it's gonna be a bad idea.
Guys!
Jump.
No.
Jump, damn it.
Still no.
Fine.
Oh. Oh shit, dude.
Shit.
No. Oh no.
Run!
You hear his balls? I think he's hurt more than that.
Omid! You son of a bitch, save him! Omid!
Oh. Oops. Oh. Okay, he's alive. Okay. Jesus Christ.
That was a lot of them.
Are you hurt?
No, we're okay.
Speak for yourself. My leg is spot.
We're fine, Clementine. We're fine.
Is that gas gonna blow up or is it just gonna make a fire? Why'd she not do anything? Yeah, like that is his fault, dude. Why am I getting blamed for that guy? Okay, we're still going. Who's the drawing there? Is that supposed to be Kenny? Okay. The calm after the storm? It seems to be quite calm now, yeah. Oh, it's the whole family! Oh my god.
The Atlantic.
Oh. Damn. That's tragic, dude.
We have to find a boat. We just have to.
We will.
It's just gone too bad.
It's too bad, you know. You, me, nobody can take all this.
Fuck, man. I feel really
We're
bad for
supposed
him,
to
Kenny.
do it clear anymore. I'd give anything to go back to fighting over the motel.
Me too.
I'll leave you.
Welcome back, Kyle. Welcome back. Give him the photo. I don't know, can we?
It's out cold like I've never seen.
Oh. What the fuck? Is that a Phasmo radio?
Can't wait for you to get to Savannah, Clementine. I got your parents right here. And you be sure to find me whether Lee wants you to or not. Now, what I need...
Holy shit.
Oh.
I thought that fucking thing was broken.
So did I.
Holy
Well,
shit. Have I been
sounds like
missed? You
somebody
have.
knows
Welcome
where we're
back, Kyle.
headed.
Welcome back.
Who the fuck?
I don't know. But I doubt we're gonna be happy when we find out.
Jesus Christ, man. Nice story. Okay, bye. Okay, bruh. Next time on the walking. Okay, so we've done an episode now. This is. Let's
We're almost
see.
at the river. You want to get on a boat? You want to wait around till the walkers figure out we're here?
We need to focus on finding the boat right now, Clem. Like we talked about on the train.
I don't know how much longer he can keep on like this. If his leg gets any worse, we're gonna have to carry him.
Leave him.
Oh.
If I were you, I'd get out of the street now.
Who the hell is this? Answer me, damn it!
So when were you gonna tell us about the radio?
Who have you been talking to? You come back here, I'll kill you. You understand? I will kill you!
Who is that guy? Okay. Yeah, we'll be doing the next episode now. Okay, let's see. Did you shoot the girl in the street? 60% of girl players did not shoot her. Okay. Did you abandon Lily? 45. You and 45% of players left her. Okay. Did you fight Kenny? You and 45% of players talked him down. Did you shoot Duck? You and 81% of players shot him. Did you help Omid? You and 40% of players did not help Omid. Oops. Damn, dude, that's... Can I skip the... No, I have to watch the credits, don't I? Dude, this is really good. It actually is really investing. It's almost like we're watching like a bloody like TV show together. Like the characters. Dude, the characters are heartbreaking, man. Like genuinely. I felt like my eyes have like welled up because of like I thought I was gonna cry earlier because like it's honestly insane, dude. You get really attached to these characters. Hello, Sinister Mark. Hello, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing good. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Thank you for the follow. I do appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Sorry I went away for like a minute. What happened? We finished this episode. We're about to play episode 4 now. God, I'm actually... I don't think I can skip the credits. I think we have to wait until the credits are done, but yeah. Right, since the start episodes are not too crazy, I'll be back and grab a drink. That's all fine, that's all fine. Yeah, if you guys want to get a drink or grab some snacks, then I'd say now's the chance while we're... no, we're not ending yet. We're going to do another episode right after this, Brandon. We just need to wait until the credits are done. They're so complex, like, to have their own issues going on, and it's like solitary struggles. Yeah, like, the characters are like... They've all got their own, like, personalities and issues, and it's, like, all connected together, and it's just... Man, it's devastating. It actually is devastating, like, dealing with this. Fuck, man. I wasn't... Like, dealing with, Duck and everything. That's... This game deserved Game of the Year back in 2012. I'd just say so, yeah. This, like, genuinely... Because this game came out in 2012, so, like... For the time, especially, like, this is an amazing game. And it's a really, like, heart-wrenching story. And it's... You properly get invested in it. I feel like it's more investing than a TV show because you play as your character, so you're a lot more like involved than a TV show. Because you're the one making the decisions and stuff. I think that's like makes it more difficult and more emotional. Do you think there's any chance Lily comes back? Possibly, because we didn't see her die. She was running away from that walker, so like. That's what I am worried about as well, like Lily comes back or something. Honestly, like getting into this, I kind of prefer this more than the Walking Dead TV show. Don't get me wrong, I still love like the TV show and all that. But I feel like this is a lot more like... You're a lot more invested with the characters on a personal like level. And you're a lot more like interacting with it. There's only one walker as well. This is barely a game. It's not as interactive as many other games. I'll say that, yeah. It's more cinematic, but it's still a game, and it's still like, you know, you're still like emotionally invested in it, and you're still like, you know, thinking with it. Like it's. Give it a sec. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Drew, for the follow, by the way. I do appreciate that. Yeah, it's honestly mad. Do you think they'll ever make... If you ever made a show about this, would you watch it? Possibly. It depends, because, like, if they make a show about something like this, then, like, they would have to go down a certain route. They would have to pick certain route, like thingies if they made a TV show about this. I would probably watch it though. Like getting to know these characters like Lee, Clementine, Duck, Kenny and all that. Like getting to know these characters on a personal level is pretty good, and I'd probably watch a TV show. When a game makes you care about the characters, you know it's a good game. Yeah, it's really good. I'm really enjoying this, I have to admit. Well, we've got our next episode, chat. I'd say we get into this. This is episode 4 now. This is the little preview image. Episode 4 around every corner. Play Mass Effect Legendary Edition. Kyle's been asking me to try that, which I might do, to be fair. I know that's supposed to be similar where you pick choices and it affects like the gameplay and stuff. Been watching this live for 2 hours? Now I appreciate that, man. I'm glad you're enjoying this stream. This is... Previously, yeah, it's really like investing.
Shut up, Carly. Ugh, I've heard enough out of you.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this.
What the fuck's the problem?
What the fuck's the problem? Oh my god, dude. Oh my god.
I don't know much about you folks.
Oh, you're right, yeah, dude. Because I forgot you had to buy each episode. I forgot about that.
What do we do?
You're pretty interactive with your chat. Yeah, I try my best to like talk to the chat and like interact with you guys.
We need to help find a boat. It's our best bet.
Even the character stuff, a TV show based off of
We'll
this.
be in Savannah, and my parents were in Savannah.
That could work, maybe, Rob. I'm not too sure though, because it means there'd be huge gaps between episodes.
What?
It's all my fault.
We gotta jump.
What?
Yeah, I know Mass Effect has more gameplay. I do want to try it at some point. Oh.
Shit!
There are Microsoft points. I remember hearing about them. I think I was too young to really remember it.
I don't know, but I doubt we're gonna be happy when we find out.
Jesus. Minecraft Story Mode? I wouldn't say Minecraft Story Mode was a cash grab, because that was still a really decent game. Like, it, you know, it was well developed, they had effort and time put into it. I wouldn't say Minecraft Story Mode was a cash grab, because it actually did have, like, effort put into it. What is a cash grab is that bloody Minecraft Legends game. And that was, yeah. Hey, I'm back. Welcome back, Henry. We've just started. We were just like talking and stuff earlier. Said literally no gameplay. That's the same for all the Telltale games though. But just because it's a lack of gameplay, it doesn't mean it's a cash grab. It's just more of an interactive story game. Have you ever played The Wolf Among Us? I've not. I've heard of it. It's made by the same developers, isn't it? But yeah, I've heard of it. Why is that guy limping with us? Oh my god. Never played Minecraft Legends, never will. I tried it when it came out, it's just big crap, if I'm honest with you. It really wasn't a good game. Bye bye, too soon. It'd be nice to see Telltale come back. Minecraft Dungeons? Minecraft Dungeons is pretty
monstrous esquipedaliophobia is the fear of long words.
Oh.
Just for a little while. We're getting real close to where my mom and dad are. Maybe I can...
Not now, Clementine. Maybe later, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, Minecraft Dungeons was pretty good, I'd say.
Pretty bad.
I'm fine.
You're not fine. You need to rest. He needs to rest.
Kenny, how much farther?
How much farther to the riverfront?
It should be just a few more blocks up ahead.
And there'll be boats there?
There sure as hell better be.
There'll be boats. Have to be. Have to be.
It's going to be okay. Kenny knows what he's doing.
Why is there a symbol on all the doors? It's probably from when people were looting the houses and stuff. To mark that they, you know, they'll mark if like, okay, this house has been looted.
Keep moving. No one's ringing that bell. It's automatic.
Lee's voice actor's really good, yeah.
What kind of church bell goes off at 20 past the hour?
Ooh.
Someone's up there!
Are you sure? I don't see anything.
I know what I saw. I'm telling you, there's someone up in that bell tower.
You play
Someone
Season 2
alive.
on stream? Probably, yeah.
If I were you, I'd get out of the street now.
I thought you said that thing didn't work.
Who the hell is this? Hello? Hello? I said answer me.
Ooh. Run, bro, run. Yeah, dude, I don't like this. This is getting mysterious.
What was that? Is someone trying to fuck with us?
Sounded more like a warning.
Ask not for whom the bell tolls.
What are you yammering on about?
Oh. You can see his face just change. Ooh. Oh my god. Run.
Everybody, run!
Oh damn. Oh, his legs look fine now. God, the animations look so goofy sometimes. Oh.
Kitty!
Okay.
A little too close, don't you think?
No, man, help her!
Dude, is he gonna run? He is! Oh my god, he ditched! Oh my god! Hello.
No!
Oh my god.
I'll catch up with you.
Oh my god.
Move your
Ben,
asses!
you
River Street's
evil.
right up ahead.
That's
He's
not all.
left her to die.
Oh, give me a fucking break!
Where the hell's Chuck?
Shit, he's in trouble. We gotta help him.
There's no time. We gotta go now.
No.
Just go!
Just look at him hobbling behind. Oh my god, dude. Fucking hell, man. Why is Ben just leaving him like that? Ben cannot be trusted? Yeah, no, I don't trust him at all, dude.
I'll get the door.
Okay.
You okay?
Can we put down Ben? I think we might get the option to do that.
You're bleeding. Shit, it's gonna get infected. We've got to get him inside. Clean him up.
Kenny, how's that door coming?
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
We'll work.
No, old man. Fuck, what is his name? Chuck, that's it.
Figure out where we went. You know they can smell blood.
Lady, I ain't the one who's bleeding.
Let me see if I can find us a way in.
Dude, I'm gonna talk to him right now.
About what happened back there on the street.
I know. I don't know what happened. I just froze up. Hasn't that ever happened to you?
Just hear what I'm saying to you. You put that girl in danger again. It won't be walkers you have to worry about.
I hear you.
Think we can get in through one of these windows?
Man, I don't think so. Whoever owned this place had them all barred up.
Yeah, looks pretty solid.
Yo, Ben? Yeah, no,
Check things out.
if I get the option to, trust me. He's betrayed you multiple times. He got us in trouble the first time. And then he lied about it. He ended up getting 2 people killed, pretty much. So, yeah. I'm too happy at all.
People saw us come back here? Are they going to find us?
No, they didn't see us. We were too fast for them.
I can still hear them out there. It sounds like they're getting closer.
It's just your...
Almost 3? Yeah.
I'll feel safer when we're inside the
I don't
house.
trust him, dude, like, at all. I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill him.
How's he looking?
I'm alright.
You're not all right. You've reopened your wound, you're losing blood, and God only knows what might have gotten in there. It could be infected, it could be...
No offense, but you really need to work on your bedside manner.
Yeah, it looks bad.
Looks pretty bad.
You're as bad as she is. I'm telling you, it's just a... Ah, Jesus!
Quit trying to be a tough guy, Omeed. Hell, I'd be crying like a baby my leg looked like that.
Please, we have to get him inside.
Don't worry. I'm on it.
Okay, yeah, let's see what we can do. There must be like, oh, the doghouse! Yeah.
Doghouse.
Are you going to delete him? If we have to.
Looks like something was buried here.
Oh, wait, is that... Oh, I think that doghouse... Okay. I think the grave is for the doghouse.
Not thirsty enough.
I fear the walking animation was inspired by how it looked. It's quite an interesting walk, especially when it's sped up. It's quite funny because they just speed it up a bit. Look at barred windows. Yeah, that's true. We can do that.
No way I'm gonna be able to bust through that.
Okay, why is it giving me the option? I walk that fast, Arrow. Same, buddy, same. Okay. How's the door coming?
How's it coming? Found
I
a
did
way
not
in
do
yet?
that, Henry, by the way. That's a lie.
Too heavy to force it without making a whole lot of noise.
Maybe there's a better way in.
Don't they walk the same way in Minecraft Story Mode? Yeah, it's the same developers, so, and it's very similar, sort of very sped up walking.
You think maybe someone's still inside?
Nah, we'd have heard from him by now, all the racket we're making. But whoever was here did a pretty good job fortifying it. Nice place to hole up. We could just figure out how to get in.
Hey, how you holding up, man?
Lee, I appreciate the interest, but I don't think talking about my feelings right now is gonna help us get inside this house. Maybe you should have a look around. See what you can find.
Ooh, pet door.
What's this? Looks like there's some kind of pet door here.
I tried it already. That's locked too.
Ooh,
Who the
sharp
hell
bang.
ever heard of a locked doggy door?
I have. My neighbor had one just like that. It's radio controlled. The dog wears a collar with a chip in it, so
Oh
the door
no!
moves when the dog gets close to it.
No!
Well, shit. Every day's a school day.
Oh, I know what we have to do now, chat.
Alright, so, where's the dog?
I don't know where the dog is, chat. Chat, we're gonna have to get the collar. But
Looks like something was buried here.
chat, it doesn't give me the option to.
Empty. Yeah, that would have been too easy.
Please, we don't have the option to dig anything up, but I'm guessing. Okay, that's why.
A shovel is never not useful.
Okay. Chat, I don't know what this is gonna be like, so I'm just giving you guys a bit of a heads up. Look away. I don't know if this is gonna be quite bad or not, so if you guys are sensitive, I'd say just look away now, and I'll tell you guys once it's done, okay?
Looks like something was buried here.
Hey, be careful. Digging up dead things isn't what it used to be, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, why is Clementine coming
It's
over?
buried down there.
Nothing. Clem, go over and sit with Krista and Omi, okay?
But I want to...
Just do what I say, okay?
Oh God, the smell.
Oh god, man.
Can't get it off.
Okay, that is not cool.
Are you okay?
I'm fine, honey. It's just.
Don't worry about it, Goofy Shark.
Sure you.
I said I'm fine, okay?
Okay, chat. You can look back now. That's it. That's the scene over now. So if you were looking away, that's it over. We've got the collar. Fucking hell, man.
Here goes nothing.
Yes! God damn!
Someone's excited. Are we gonna get her to crawl through?
Anything in there?
No. Looks like it's been empty a while.
Uh oh.
Whatever
Kiss
you're gonna
Kenny?
do,
I don't think
do
that's an
fast.
option.
Okay, let me see if I can reach up in there.
Be careful, man.
It's no good. I can't get it.
Here, let me try. I think I can.
Oh, no, she's gone.
Clem, are you okay? Say something.
Oh.
Good job, Clem.
Yeah, way to go.
I did good, right?
Yes, you did. You did good.
Why'd she crawl in there so
Maybe have this
fast?
conversation
Yeah.
inside. My leg's starting to hurt like hell.
So I don't like how I can still hear the
It's okay from here. Everybody in.
zombies. This game is... I don't know how I feel about this game. It's emotionally devastating. It actually is, chat. Like, I'm loving this, but at the same time, I'm like... It's mad.
Sorry. No, it's okay. I'm good. Feel better already just being off my feet. Thanks, babe.
So, when were you gonna tell us about the radio?
Tell you what?
That it's working.
What happens to the
There's
family?
someone
I'm
else
not
on
too
the other
sure.
end of that thing. You didn't think that might have been worth sharing with the rest of us?
I was gonna tell you. Kenny and I only found out yesterday.
So both of you were keeping it from the rest of us. Great.
Who gives a shit about the damn radio? I'm more worried about whoever it was out
Trying
there
to find a
ringing that
stronghold
bell
right now?
and bringing the
I'm not
dead
too sure
down
they're
on the
looking for a
cops.
stronghold.
It's like they didn't want us to make it to the river.
What makes you think it's not the same person? Whoever was on the radio was close enough to see us in the street, and we didn't see anyone else other than the guy in the bell tower.
Because that doesn't make a lick of damn sense. Why would they bring out the dead like that and then try to warn us about it?
How much sense does anything make anymore? In case you haven't noticed, there's a lot of twisted folks out there these days. At least the dead don't play games with you.
Whoever that was on the radio, I think they were trying to help us. They did warn us, didn't they?
Maybe you're right. But whoever it was, they're watching us, following us, and they don't want us to know who they are. I can't think of any explanation for that that would make me feel better. Can you?
Let's rest up.
We could all use a little time to rest up and gather our thoughts, Kenny. At least until those walkers outside wander off and Old Meat's feeling better.
You best feel better quick. I ain't gonna wait around here too long.
I mean, it's a decent house. We could probably stay here for a
secure
bit.
at least.
I'll feel better when we know that for sure. We need to check the whole house.
All right, fine.
Oh wait, no, that window is not boarded up, is
What
it?
do you
The one in
got
the
down
kitchen.
here? Make sure you check every door, understand?
Okay.
I feel like something's gonna go wrong. They'll still, but yeah, no, Ben. I wish when we get the chance to get rid of him, I
There's
will.
another locked door.
I think you've been helpful enough for one day, kiddo. Why don't you just see if Kristen and Omid need anything, okay?
Okay.
Okay, let's see. What can we all look for? Dog food. Okay. Too soon, dude. Microwave. Drawing. Okay. Dude, no. Why is it... Why is this game doing this to us, man? Fuck. I didn't need to see that. I don't need to see that. Let's just look for some doors. What's the table?
Looks expensive and heavy. Doubt any looters would be able to haul that thing too far.
Let's check all the doors. Fuck, man, this game is... Okay, we can't go that way, I have to go. This is a... Okay, it's a closet, yeah.
All clear in here.
Hello, Kyle. Hello, welcome back. Jesus. We've, don't tell me that's a...
Not exactly my style.
What? I don't even know what that is. Give Clem the dog toy? Is that a good idea? Oh, it's a bathroom.
In here.
That's such an odd place to put a bathroom. Right next to the fireplace. Oh, okay, they've got the fucking dog in the family photo. Of course they do. Of course they do. Okay, okay.
Jesus!
Oh, it's a fucking broom.
What? What happened?
It's nothing. Just, nothing.
What's wrong with the dog in the photo? Pets are family too?
Well, place ain't got much.
Kyle,
We should be okay
to
here
get
for
into
a
the
while.
house,
At
it
least
was like an
until it
electronic
burns outside.
door. Like, you know how you've got like those doggy doors?
Thanks.
It was a locked one because it was
okay?
electronic. Because it would only open up
no.
when the dog was there with
I'm
the.
really
Because it had
worried
like a
his
chip
leg
in its
might have gotten
collar.
infected. Don't suppose you turned up any meds while you were poking around?
No, nothing. Sorry.
The dog was in the back garden.
I was just asking Clementine if she
Buried,
knows who the
and we
man
had
on her
to
radio is.
Go get the
It's
collar.
Okay, honey. You can tell us. Who is he? What does he want?
Go ahead, Clem.
Yeah.
It's okay. You're not in any trouble.
It's just a friend. I don't think he wants to hurt us.
Well, we've all been
What has
there.
he been saying to you? What have you been
Um,
saying to him?
I told him I was trying to find my parents and that they were in Savannah. He really seems nice. I think he wants to help me find them.
Clementine, honey, trust me, that's not what he wants.
Lee?
Uh-oh.
Lee, you need to get up here now.
What's wrong?
It's Kenny.
Ooh. Is he... Oh, don't... Okay, dude.
Kenny said he thought he heard something up there. Went to go look.
He's up there?
I can't get him to come down.
Dude, he better not be like...
Stay here.
I'm kind of worried now, because this game is fucking with us emotionally. And I'm kind of worried that he's gonna be... like dangling from the ceiling.
Kenny?
Okay, he's not. Okay. What's going on up here, though?
Kenny, you okay, man? Oh, Jesus. What the hell is that? Oh, my God.
Oh my god, it's a zombie kid. Jesus.
Kinda looks like Duck, don't he?
It's just a kid. What the hell happened to him?
Ain't nothing on him. Guess he must have been hiding out up here. Starved to death.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know if I can, Lee. Couldn't do it before. Can't do it now.
Do we leave it, chat, or...
I can't ask you to do this, man.
Okay, bye. I'll see you around, Kyle. I'll see you around. Kill it? Yeah. I think we... There's no point in leaving it.
This must have been where
Mercy kill, yeah. Empty plate, bed.
poor kid must have tried to hide out up here until he starved to death. Oh, this could have been Clementine if I hadn't found her when I did.
Thank you, Jack Black, for the follow, and thank you, Rose, for the follow as well.
Someone should put him out of his misery. I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ, man.
We should bury him.
I'll take care of it.
Jesus. I wasn't expecting it to get like this dark, dude. This... Holy shit, man. Later, I'll see you around Sinister Mark. Yeah, they've definitely made it look like Duck on purpose, man. They've done that shit on purpose. Oh, we're burying him with the dog, aren't we? Jesus. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, man. It's oddly calm. It is, yeah, there's no zombies or anything, it's just... You just hear the wind outside. Oh, Clementine's there as well. Jesus Christ. Oh my fucking Jesus Christ, dude.
Hey! Hey! Who are you? What the hell do you want from us?
Lee, what's going on?
Jesus Christ, dude, that actually scared me, man.
I saw someone standing there by the fence, watching us.
A walker?
No, too fast. Took off like a bat out of hell when I spotted him.
Was it a man or a woman?
It's the stranger, the same guy on the radio.
What does it matter?
I'm wondering if it's the same guy who's been following us. The guy on the radio.
Kenny?
I'm fine. I'm fine. What's all the ruckus?
Jesus.
Lee saw someone watching us from outside the gate.
What? Who?
I can't be sure. They ran off before I could get a good look.
I don't like this one bit. Not one bit.
Me either.
We finished the game like 20 minutes ago. It's my first playthrough.
Actually stalking us.
All right, that's it. We've stuck around here long enough. It's time to get back on track. Time to get down to the river and find ourselves a boat.
I don't know if we'll meet.
Downloading season 2 now. I'm looking forward to it.
Because I'm going down to River Street right now to find a boat. And as soon as she's ready to go, we're moving out.
We only checked the house to make sure it's secure. We didn't really toss the place. We're low on food, water, meds, ammo. We should make sure there's nothing here we can use before we move out.
Well, you search it if you wanna. I'm done with this house. We came to this city to find a boat, and that's just what I'm gonna do.
Maybe it's not such a bad idea to check the place
I
one more
said
time.
I'm done with this house.
I don't want to hear another word out of that kid's mouth.
We can do both. Ben, you take one last look around the place. Grab anything that looks useful, while me and Kenny go down to the river to get us a boat.
Wait, can't I come? My mom and dad can't be far now. Maybe we can look for them on the way to the river.
They're here to help.
I think it'd be best if you stayed here with Ben. I need you to watch out for Omid and Krista. Help them get ready to move out.
You said I'm supposed to always stay close to you.
I know it. It's just this once. Sometimes we all have to put aside what we want for the...
Like Ben's just horrible? Yeah.
Hey, don't worry.
He's caused us to, like...
Okay.
Daylight's burning. Gonna go grab my gear, then we'll head out.
Come on, Clem. Let's go see if Omid needs anything.
Season 28? I don't think there's any 28 seasons. Oh. No offense,
Ben, but I'd feel safer if you stayed here.
How am I supposed to not take offense to that? What am I, a liability?
Yes. You exactly.
Just great. Thanks a lot for the vote of confidence.
You are a
Confidence is
liability,
earned, Ben.
little shit.
You've got a long way to go.
When in
to
doubt,
earn
blame
those
Kenny.
back.
No, I'm not even blaming Kenny. I'm blaming fucking Ben, dude. I do not like Ben in the slightest, Sharktoes. He's fucking caused us to lose, what was it, like Carly or whatever? And then that whole thing. Then he tells us about the drugs, and then fucking he almost leaves Clementine for dead. I get he's like a kid or a teenager or whatever, but no. Do not like him in the slightest. If Kenny didn't kill Larry, Carly would be alive? Could we save Larry though? I stayed behind to do the CPR, but fucking thingy, you know, smashed his head in anyway. I don't know if it was possible to save him. Nearly got many people killed because he's stupid as shit. Yeah, like Ben's got us. Ooh, Kenny does not look kind of killed all three. Carly, Cat, and Duck. Yeah, that's true, I guess. Because he's still responsible, because he was giving the drugs away. Kenny kills him no matter what, but Larry started breathing the second before Kenny killed him. Oh, I forgot to... Oops. But yeah, technically he's also indirectly responsible for Cat and Duck as well.
That bastard's fucking with us again. It's another trap.
No, listen. That's not the same bell as before. This one's further off. Whatever it is, it's gonna get the dead moving over there.
Ooh. This isn't looking... Why is that one just crawling on the floor?
What
I'll
the
forever
hell is
love
going
Ben.
on?
I hate Ben, dude.
I have no idea. Someone must be ringing those bells.
Whatever, man. I find whoever's doing that, I'll ring their motherfucking bell for them.
See, they're all tweakers like you or me.
No, I'm not a tweaker, okay? Everyone's still crawling.
Let's keep moving.
Your POV. Okay, yeah. Hello, unknown. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing good tonight.
Still nothing moving behind us. I think we're...
Uh-oh.
Oh my god.
Oh, is it gonna be... Oh, there's no boats! Oh, no.
There's gotta be a boat. There's gotta be.
How are you? I'm doing pretty good. Oh, fuck, dude. There's no boats.
Hey, man,
There's
I
none.
don't think so. Maybe we need to come up with a new plan.
This is the plan. It's the only one we've got, and you pissing on it in front of everyone like you did back at the house ain't exactly helping. Well, screw you. I ain't giving up that easy.
I'm doing pretty good, though. Fuck, man. Yeah, this isn't gonna work, is it? No boats? Yeah, no. There's that one, but it's... Look at it, dude. That's not going anywhere.
This one might still be salvageable.
Seriously?
Seriously?
You got a better fucking idea? I'll check it out. You look further along the waterfront. Maybe there's something at the other end.
I don't think we should split up too far.
We don't have to. See that telescope? You can see all the way along the waterfront from right here. See what you can find.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not getting on a boat, are we? I don't know, chat. I'm not a scientist here, but... I've got the slight feeling that we're not going anywhere. They're walkers on sticks. Oh my god. How much does a full game cost? I think it's on sale right now. I think you get it for £15. It's on like the Steam Autumn sale.
What is this meant to be? Some kind of warning? Don't do something like this.
Jesus, man. Oh, look at that one down there. Jesus, dinosaur. I don't know if they're dinosaurs. Use Larry's coins.
Great. Needs a quarter to work.
Oh, I don't have any. Okay, I can bash the telescope.
Damn. Built solid.
We need to find a quarter, chat. Where are we gonna... Under 8 or something? I'm not too sure. I don't know how many. I think there's 6 chapters per season. I'm not too sure. Okay. So I made a GTA Online revival for modded Xbox 360s. Ooh, that sounds sick, to be fair. That actually sounds pretty sick. Thank you, Java Dev, for the Go Popular and the Heart Me. Welcome to the stream, Java Dev. Welcome, welcome. Is it worth shooting the walkers? I don't think so. Welcome, welcome. We're on episode 4 now of The Walking Dead. I've actually played a bit on the server recently. Oh, that's sick. Hope you've been enjoying it. We haven't done a server stream in a bit. But I hope you're doing good though, man. Is there anything this way, or is it just a dead end? Maybe some zombies have coins? Possibly. I don't want to waste ammo on them. That's the thing I'm worried. Oh, cash register.
Hello, beautiful.
I just finished construction on the Ori Titan bathwater storage solution. Oh. If it works, I guess. That's a crazy sentence. That's pretty epic, though. Oh, there's a window up there. Oh, multiple windows.
Must have taken weeks to board up all these windows.
Yeah, this whole place is boarded up. It's really strange. Okay, newspaper machine. Any coins?
Locked.
Can I bash it? Ooh, look at that. Perfect luck, chat. Didn't have to kill any zombies. But yeah, it's been tough, Java Dev. I didn't realize how this game was so like, you get so emotionally attached to some of these characters, man.
What's up with the boat?
It ain't gonna work. Hull's cracked beneath the waterline, plus someone stripped out the battery.
You can't fix it?
What the hell is that?
This game is tough to play. We had to dig up the dead dog as well. Like that was I wasn't expecting that. Can I ask you a slightly strange question? Why do I feel like I'm not gonna like this question? Sure, you can ask, but
no sign
sure.
of any boats down there.
Sure, I guess.
Plenty of docks, no boats.
That is a strange question. You just hate to see them like that, yeah.
No way that one's salvageable.
Hershey? We don't have those in the UK. Oh, I can barely see up there.
Not a boat to be seen.
Heading to bed now. Thank you so much for the awesome stream. Have a good rest of your evening/night. I'll see you around then, Bubble. I hope you have a good night, though. Thanks for sticking around on the stream, though. It's been pretty epic. It's... yeah, this stream has been intense. It really has. I hope you had a good night. I hope you have a good night, though.
What the hell?
Oh. He's like climbing down.
Get down! Get down!
Ooh. Hey, look at that sky.
Why the hell are we hiding?
Someone came down from that building at the end of the street.
Where'd he go?
Saw him run into that newsstand.
Could be our bell ringer. How about we go find out?
He's just a scavenger.
Maybe he's just another scavenger like us.
Yeah, and maybe he ain't. Maybe he's that fucker on the radio who's been messing with
To
Clementine's
Maya,
head.
or
I'm
not too sure what that means, Kyle. I do apologize. I'm not too sure what that means.
You head up the middle of the street. I'll go around the side.
Ignore that. Oh.
We'll come up on him quiet, take him by surprise.
We just want to talk to this guy.
Oh, we're gonna talk.
That's on my keyboard when I open the app. Oh. I think this is just a kid because he's raiding the newspaper stand. Probably trying to get comic books or something. Okay, bye. I'll see you around then. I'll see you around. Oh. Thank you, Carmelo, for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Welcome back. Where'd the guy go?
What the?
What? Oh. Okay. Who's she?
No!
Clem?
Please, don't hurt him!
You're not from Crawford.
Kenny's gonna shoot her.
Have you been following us?
Following you?
Ooh. Yeah.
Kenny, no, it's not our guy!
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, no, they're all waking up
No,
now.
he's with us!
Uh-oh, chat. This ain't looking good.
Who the hell are you people?
I asked you first.
The name's Molly.
Molly, I'm Lee. This is Kenny and Clementine. We're not looking for any trouble.
Hi.
You guys really aren't from Crawford, are you?
I don't even know what that is.
Everything beyond that barricade.
What the hell happened here?
You sure you want to know?
Okay.
When everything started going to shit, some people got together and sealed off that whole neighborhood. Folks willing to do anything to stay alive, stop the dead getting in. I try to avoid them.
Why?
Let's just say they have a zero-tolerance policy for anyone who won't or can't live by their rules.
So how'd you know we weren't them?
Because there are no children in Crawford. Not anymore.
Oh, did they kill the kids?
What do you mean, no children? Why not?
No children, no elderly, no one with an advanced medical condition. Basically, no one who might be a burden on the community. Crawford's all about the survival of the fittest. That's how they survived, while the rest of the world went to shit around them.
Jesus Christ.
Well, just the opposite when you think about it.
What exactly did Crawford do with all these burdens? What happened to them?
Well, you met some of them already.
Fuck me.
Yeah, anyone who got sick, anyone too old, anyone they figured wasn't strong enough to survive. To them, those people were just mouths to feed, a drain on their precious resources.
Jesus Christ, dude.
How do you know all this?
Everyone in Savannah knew. What was going on inside Crawford got passed around like a ghost story. Except this one was true.
He wouldn't let this happen. Yeah, no, Lee's a good guy. He wouldn't let this shit happen.
Do you know who's been ringing those bells all over town?
A bunch of nice people.
That would be me.
I don't know if nice is...
Lee, I knew she was the one who's been following us. Fucking with us.
Get that finger out of my face, Grandpa, before I jam it straight up your ass.
Okay.
I haven't been following you. I don't even know who the hell you people are.
Calm down, Kenny. The voice on the radio was a guy, remember?
Yeah, well, whoever you are, ringing those bells this morning nearly got us all killed. Raised the dead all around us.
That's the idea, genius. It's how I get around. I ring a bell in one neighborhood to attract the local geeks towards it. Buys me some time to scavenge the areas they cleared out.
Geeks? Is that what you call them?
Yeah, you know, like at the carnival? They'll eat anything, alive or dead.
That's pretty smart, the bells.
Doesn't take much to outsmart the dead. Bunch of dumbasses.
You just gotta move fast. Get in and out before they start to wander back again. Look, I'm gonna ask you people again. You're not from Crawford, so who the hell are you? What are you doing here?
Came down here looking for a boat, hoping to get our people out of here.
Yeah.
Find someplace safe.
Yeah, good luck with that. Anyone with a boat took it out of here as soon as people started eating each other. Any that got left behind, Crawford stripped them for parts. Cars, too.
There's gotta be something.
If there was, do you think I'd still be here? I've been over every inch of this city. This whole place is picked clean.
God damn it! Fuck!
Hey, moron. You want to keep your voice down?
Damn, what are we gonna do now then? Because there's no boats, so...
Since you're not getting on any boat, I'd advise you folks to go back to where you came from before...
Oh, yep, there we go.
Right.
The World War Z zombies. Those are the ones that are sprinters, aren't they? Like, they're proper sprinters. There's still people in Crawford? I think so, I'm not too sure.
Fuck. Gunshot must have brought him back.
Isn't there another way back to the house?
Mom, is there a...
Oh, she just left us, dude. She's... Oh my gosh, she got parkour skills.
Just gonna let her go? Hey! You can't just leave us here!
Are you in your zombie phase right now? Yeah, I'm pretty much am. Watching The Walking Dead, playing Zomboid, playing this. Really in a zombie phase right now.
Come on, make it fast.
Uh-oh. Yeah, hurry up, chat. Okay. Come on, Kenny. Jesus.
Come on, man. One good jump.
Oh, come on. Oh, no. The bins. Jump on the bins. Move. Okay. Oh, of course there's more. Jump on the bins. Use the bins as like a...
Come on, Lee. Get your ass out of there.
Can't get it open.
Here, use that to pry it open.
Okay, come on, dude. I don't have time for this. Oh, fuck, it's a quick time event. Oh my god, dude. Jesus Christ. Keeps freezing. Hang on, let me check something. There does seem to be a bit of lag right now. No. It seems to be on Twitch's end. I should try refreshing the page, Henry. That should help a bit. Oh my god. Oh my god, Jesus. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. That was...
Clementine, can you hear me? If you can hear me, just get back to the house, okay? I'll meet you there.
Okay. Jesus.
Shit.
Well, we're not going that way. Yeah, there's nothing around here. I'm like paranoid trying to check like where like stuff might be. Let's see. Yeah, we're not going that way.
No way I can pry that open.
I guess this way. God, these sewers look really like dank and dark. Oh my god. Oh. Finally gameplay? There's some gameplay bits not in. I honestly don't mind the story like aspect to it. Pick up dead rat.
Touching that. Last thing I need is some god awful disease.
Oh. Look at pipe. Can I do anything with this?
It's a drainage pipe.
Zombie sewer. I can hear zombies. Oh, yeah. Is it gonna be like around the corner? Oh, yep, there we... Okay, I knew it, dude. Oh my god. Enter passageway. Night night time. I'll see you around, Brandon. I hope you have a good night though, man. It's nice speaking to you. Okay, can we go through that? Oh. Okay, I'm getting close to the zombies chat. Okay, we turn it to the right, I think. It's done something. Let's distract the zombie.
Good thing I'm out here and not in there. Seems loose.
Oh,
shit.
Should glump the zombies? I don't know if that's an option. I have to admit, I don't know if that's an option. Okay, we seem to be going this way at least. I forgot we still have the radio on us, don't we? It says look at pipe.
Looks like this is where the handle would go, but it's not here.
Oh, we can take the wheel. Look at, oh my god, dude! Look at when we sprint and like look at us daddling around. Oh my god, dude, that's actually kind of funny. Okay, yes. I said it was loose, so it's lefty loosey, isn't it? Or no? Oh, we can just take it off like that. Will you do Minecraft story mode at some point? Probably, yeah. I've done season 1 before, but I'll probably replay it for stream. But it's quite like this, I'd say, where it's like, you know, a Telltale story game. So I'll probably do that at some point, because I'm really enjoying this. Okay. Yeah, to the right. How many episodes are left? I'm not actually too sure. I'll need to check after this episode, I think. But I think there might be 2 episodes. We're on, what, episode 4 now? Okay, yeah, now we want to go over here, don't we? Yeah, let's go over here. Why did Telltale even shut down? The company went bankrupt. That's what, like, officially happened with that. Okay, do we have to wait for all the walkers to go by? But yeah, there was a whole thing where like the whole company went bankrupt, and that's why the company like fully shut down. I'm pretty sure it is back now in some like way. But the issue is like they don't have the licensing for Minecraft story mode. That's why that's gone. Where it is like The Walking Dead is still here. Which is a shame. Apparently it seems to be on Steam. It says that this game is under the publishing rights of Skybound, I think it's called. I know they're the developers of the Invincible game, which kind of is sick because Walking Dead and Invincible is written by the same guy, wasn't it? Like Robert Kirkman or whatever. Oh my god. Fuck, man.
He must have tried to hide out down here.
Ah.
No bullets. He must have saved the last one for himself.
God damn it, man. Not Chuck. Shut down midway through the final season? Oh, is that what happened? God damn it, man. I wasn't... Oh! Oh my god. Oh my god, the heart attack I gave me. Oh, come on, dude, come on! Come on! Get me out of here! Don't use the gun, don't use the gun. Okay. Jesus. I was not expecting that, chat. Pick up broken ladder.
I could pick that up on my own.
Yeah, we're not opening the grate, are we? God damn, dude. I miss Chuck. He didn't have to die.
Shit, it broke off. I already tried that. It ain't gonna budge. That door is fucked.
Damn,
I can't reach it.
Use the climbing pickaxe. Come on, you can do it.
What the hell?
Oh. I can move that. Okay, do we go through this mysterious tunnel, chat? Apparently so. Fallout shelter? This is a nuclear bunker?
Must have been one of those old nuclear fallout shelters.
Oh, sick. This yeah, Crawford, I think it was called.
Wonder if someone's living down here. If someone is staying here, I don't want to be around when they get back.
I actually have anxiety in the zombie apocalypse.
Look at all this.
I feel like with people with like anxiety and stuff, it's a shame to say, but they're probably not going to make it very far in the zombie apocalypse. Like, if someone had anxiety and stuff, they'd probably die pretty early on. Oh.
Who are you?
It's all right. It's okay. I don't want any trouble.
Neither do we. Which is why you'd do well to turn around and leave right now.
Look, I'm sorry I disturbed you folks. I'll just be going.
You can't let him leave. He's from Crawford. If he goes back there and they find out we're down here...
Are you from Crawford? Hey, don't lie to me. I'll know.
Where else can he be from? Everywhere else around here is dead.
I came here with a small group hoping to find a boat. We just want to get out of here. How about you just let me go?
Ain't no boats around here. Crawford took everything.
Yeah, I heard.
You can't trust him, Vernon. You can't let him leave.
What do you want me to do? Shoot him in the head?
Why not? Be more of a mercy than anyone from Crawford ever showed us. Think, Vernon. What do you think they'll do if they find out we're down here, right under their feet?
Damn it.
Why is she trying to get me killed?
I'm sorry, friend. Can't take the risk.
I'm not from Crawford, but I saw what they did up there. It made me sick. I'm not like them, and I don't think you are either. I think you're a good man.
Okay, don't walk towards him.
Or I swear I'll shoot.
I told you he's lying. He is one of them. Kill him before he kills us.
Bruh. Is there no way to reason with them? I have to take the gun off of him. The shocked expression. It always gets me, dude. No any
It's
trouble.
all right. It's okay. I don't want any trouble.
Okay.
Neither do we. Which is why you'd do well to turn around and leave right now.
Look,
Reason at first,
sorry I
yeah.
disturbed you folks. I'll just be going.
You can't let him leave. He's from Crawford. If he goes back there and they find out we're down here...
Are you from Crawford? Hey, don't lie to me. I'll know.
Where else can he be from? Everywhere else around here is dead.
Look for a
Came here
boat.
with a small group hoping to find a boat.
Okay.
Just
Yeah,
wanna
that
get
was
out of here.
mental.
How about you just let me go?
Ain't no boats around here. Crawford took everything.
Yeah, I heard.
You can't trust him, Vernon. You can't let him leave.
What do you want me to do? Shoot him in the head?
Why not? Be more of a mercy than anyone from Crawford ever showed us. Think, Vernon. What do you think they'll do if they find out we're down here, right under their feet?
Damn it. You're right. I'm sorry, friend.
Let's talk about this.
Take the risk.
Look, you don't want to do this. Let's talk, okay?
What's to talk about? You won't even tell us who you are.
My name is Lee. I'm a history professor. And I don't want to die today. And I don't think you want to kill me either.
Don't come any closer, or I'll shoot.
Come on, let's just talk about this.
Vernon, what are you doing? Shoot him!
Nobody needs to get shot. Just take it easy.
Imagine talking so casually about killing people.
It's
Yeah.
all right. It's okay.
Vernon, what the hell are you doing? Vernon!
Oh.
Relax. I'm not here to hurt you.
Just kill them? I'm not killing them. They're peaceful-ish.
You're really not from Crawford?
No, I'm really not.
Well,
Yeah, I think that's just like
we got out of
that's
there
just
when
the
they started
apocalypse now.
sealing up
They
the
gotta
place,
talk about people
started
like
weeding out the sick
it's either
and
it's,
old,
it's
so
you or them, you know.
Survivor society wouldn't be threatened. No room for weakness or vulnerability in their little.
Do you like
master
Ben?
race.
No, I
You
do
don't
not
look
like
that
him.
old, so you're sick?
We're sick. We're all members of a cancer survivors group that used to meet here at the hospital. We're in remission. But that wasn't good enough for Crawford. They'd already rounded up 5 of us before the rest of us managed to hole up and hide.
Me either. I just saw Chuck earlier. He's gone because of that.
Abandoned for years.
What is this? A morgue?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Irony's always high on my list when I'm looking for a place to survive. How did you find your way down here?
A few of us got boxed in by walkers up on the street. Came down here trying to get away. Now I just want to
Okay.
get out of here and get back
For
to my
my
own
goats,
people.
I'll defend the daytime, eh?
Well, that sewer
Duck's
system you
chill.
came
He's just a
through
kid.
runs all over
He
the
doesn't
city.
deserve
It'll
that,
take
like,
you
at all.
wherever you want to go.
Ben's an ass.
Those sewers are like a damn maze. Any chance you could help me find my way back?
Look, I'd like to help you, but we've all got our own problems. 2 of our group are sick and need constant care, and I'm the only doctor here.
Besides,
Okay.
why should we help you?
Let's get back to Clementine.
Sorry if I scared you. I just want to get back to my people. Back to Clementine.
She's your daughter?
No. She lost her real parents. I'm doing what I can.
You're not seriously considering going with him.
It's all right, Bree. I had a daughter too. Lost her in the first days. I'll be damned if I'll just sit back and let that happen to someone else.
Let's go.
Don't worry. I'll be back before you know it.
High-pitched song in the background is making me go insane. I feel like that guy's gonna... He's gonna like get trapped in by the walkers or something. He ain't gonna make it. Why do they nod like that? They're planning something. Yeah, no, this ain't... I feel like this isn't gonna go well. Oh.
Clementine? Clem?
Oh. Look at her. Scavenging through the place.
Oh, hey, you made it back.
Who's this?
He didn't tell you about me? Understandable, I guess. I'm the one who put that beating on him when he tried to jump me back at the river. Who's the fossil?
This
He's
is
a
Vernon.
doctor.
He's a doctor.
Yeah.
He helped me get back here after we got separated.
I think you have something that belongs to me.
Lee, thank God you're back.
Krista, what's wrong?
It's Omid. He's gotten worse. Much worse.
Uh-oh, he's
We have a man
gonna
wounded.
turn.
Who's this?
This is Vernon. He's a doctor.
Oh, thank God.
Could you take a look at him?
You have to help us. Please.
I'll see what I can do. Take me to him.
Okay, I'm surprised he's not dead yet. I thought he'd been dead, like, helping us getting out of the sewers.
Omid, honey, you're gonna be all right. Lee brought a doctor.
All right, let's take a look at him. I work better without an audience. I'm sure you have more things of your own to attend to.
Oh, the dog's on the bloody photo frame. Oh my god, no, I don't need to be reminded of this.
Clementine. Clementine?
Okay, where is Clementine, dude? Everyone dies? Yeah, everyone's gonna die.
Clementine, you in here? Where is she?
She's gonna be like hiding somewhere.
Clementine?
Turn during examination and bite him? I think possibly, yeah. Oh, Clementine's drawing. How is he? How, is he actually?
Drawings.
Oh.
Where is she?
Oh, it's fucking me, bloody bearing the dog.
Clem, you in here?
Jesus, man.
Clementine, you here? Clem?
There's a sink.
Got time for that.
Oh, what's up? Just got done packing. Hello, Max. Welcome to the stream. We're on episode 4 of The Walking Dead.
Hello?
We're looking for Clementine right now. She's lost in the house. But welcome, welcome.
What are you doing?
Oh, you know, just poking around.
You won't find
Welcome.
anything. We already searched the place.
You'd be surprised what people miss. Trust me, I've been doing this for a while.
Where's Clementine?
Don't ask me, I'm not her keeper.
Hey, do I look like I'm in the mood to be jerked around? Where did she go?
Last I saw, she was downstairs with your redneck friend and that college kid who hangs around with him. Why don't you go bug them?
Oh, there's a door through here. Is this your first playthrough? Yeah, this is my first playthrough. I've never played The Walking Dead game before. I've heard, like... Or not heard. I've seen, like, a couple of, like, scenes on TikTok before. Like, a couple of clips. That's about it, really?
Time? You up there? Shit. Where could she be? Clem?
But,
Clementine?
Okay. Yeah. She said downstairs with thingy.
Clementine! Come out, please! Kenny?
Oh, hey, you made it back. Good job. Good job.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
What does it look like?
Where'd you get the bottle?
Found it. First good thing that's happened since...
What the fuck were you thinking letting Kenny get like this?
Hey man, I tried, but he gave me a look like he was gonna rip my face off. He won't listen to you. You think he was gonna listen to me?
Ooh.
To hell with you!
Getting wasted's not gonna help anyone.
Yeah? Well, what is? We are fucked! Molly said there's not a single boat left in Savannah. No way out. We got walkers all around us, that crazy fuck on the radio messing with us. Hell, if now ain't the time for a drink?
He's lost it. Yeah, no, I don't blame him, to be fair. He's lost his wife, son, and...
Clementine, where are you?
Talk to Ben, yeah.
Have either of you seen Clementine?
Damned if I know. Gotta be around here somewhere.
Ben, how did Clementine sneak out of the house?
Hey, don't put all that on me. Omid took a turn for the worse, and Krista asked me to help.
Where's Clem? I'm actually not too sure.
She was frantic, and things got kind of crazy. I told Clementine to stay put. What else could I do?
Don't be sorry. Just tell me where the hell she is now.
I think she went out to play in the backyard.
On her own? With no one watching her?
Okay.
Will you get off my back? She's fine out there.
She better be, or it's your ass.
Ooh, okay, huh? I don't like how the music's, like, ramping up now.
Clementine? Clementine!
Dude, where is she? Is it this shed?
Doors covered in vines. Don't think anyone came in through there.
Dude, okay. I'm kind of on edge right now. I don't... Okay, there's the grave again. Or the doghouse. Is she in... She's not gonna be in there, is she? Where is she? So that, yeah, she's down here. Yeah, look in the shrubs. Okay. No way she jumped the fence and ran? Oh, wait out. That's something there. She got in the shed.
What happened back here?
Yeah, no, she's in there. Okay. Okay, please don't be dead. Oh. What are you doing there?
What were you doing in there?
Exploring? And look! Look what I found!
Is this gonna be supplies? Oh. I love the shocked expressions that they... Oh! Okay. Things are looking good.
Holy shit.
Swear.
You might be wasted, but look at the smile on her, dude. We got hope after all. Damn, things are looking good. Hello, Freddy. Welcome back. Welcome back. Name all 5 people. We got Lee, Clementine, Kenny, Ben. I don't know the other 2. I know it's Ahmed, and then the other girl. I forgot what her name was. I just got Rising Star. I was sick. Oh, Krista. That's her name.
Omid's doing okay?
As well as can be expected under the
How'd you go
circumstances.
Rising Star? That's sick though. I'm not too sure what that is, but it actually sounds really cool though. That's actually really sick. Let's go.
Without antibiotics,
Will you quit pacing? You're making
Oh yeah,
everyone
oh my
nervous.
god, I didn't realize it's
Why are you even
10:30
still
now.
here? Hey, if your friend really can
Oh, so
get that boat
so he's
working,
live
you're
right now.
taking
That's
him
actually really
with you
sick
as
though,
payment
yeah.
for saving
It's like
your
ranks in his
asses.
studio.
I figure that's fair
Alright.
enough, don't you
That's
think?
actually really cool.
Well?
You want the good news or the bad news?
We can boat the fuck out of here. Yeah, we can get out of here now.
Guess that was too tough a question, so I'll make it easy for you. Bad news is, she's not taking us anywhere the shape she's in right now. Gas tank's empty and the battery's dead.
So what's the good news?
That's it. That's all she needs. Some gas and a battery. Other than that, she's good to go.
Well, how are we supposed to get that stuff?
We
let's
should
search
go
the
back out on the
streets.
street, see what we can find.
That's not gonna work. Crawford took everything and brought it inside their walls. They siphoned every gas tank, stripped every battery. There's nothing left out there. You saw that for yourselves.
She's right.
Well, what about this Crawford place? Sounds like they'd have everything we need. Maybe we should try there.
Okay.
Now hold on a minute.
Surely we have to try. If there are people left in this city who are still alive, who still have supplies, what harm can it do to ask?
Trust me, you don't know these people. I do. You showing up with a wounded man, might as well put a noose around his neck. They don't exactly welcome children with open arms either.
What the hell kind of a place are we talking about here?
The worst kind? But I don't see what other choice we have.
And just how exactly do you figure we do this?
You know 2 + 2 is not 4.
Because from what I've heard, that place
think
ain't
that is
exactly
4.
friendly to outsiders.
There's got to
Sneak
be
in.
some way we can sneak in there undetected.
You
There might
care to
actually be a
explain,
way.
Kyle?
I know the sewer system that runs beneath
It's not.
Crawford like the back
Oh.
of my hand. Y'all wouldn't happen to have a map by any chance?
Yeah, actually.
It's 5? I'm not too
I
sure
think I
about
could
that.
lead us through so we could pass under the perimeter and right into the center where they keep their supplies. We come up right underneath them, take them by surprise, grab what we need, and get out before they even
Okay,
know what
bye.
hit 'em.
I'll see you around, Kyle.
Actually, not the worst idea I've ever heard. I mean, it's
Okay, that
close,
was
but
questionable.
I don't know. Maybe it could work.
I've thought about it before, just never had the people to do
Go
it.
Ori, sweet zombie streams. I'll see you around Java Dev. I hope you have a good night though, man.
And what do you want in return for all this help you're giving us?
Crawford doesn't just have what you need for your boat. They're also well stocked with medical supplies. Medicine that my people could use, just as yours could.
We can do this. We have to.
So, it's decided then? We're going to Crawford?
We can do this. I know it.
Hell yeah, we can.
Are we seriously talking about this? I mean, what about the risk?
I don't know about you, kid, but I'd rather take a chance on doing something than just sitting around here waiting to die. That boat out there is an answered prayer. Just gotta push a little bit farther. Are you in or out?
Watch him. He's not gonna be in, is he? He's gonna chicken out.
We should go tonight, under cover of dark. I'll go let my people know. Give you all a chance to prepare. I'll be back before midnight.
Be careful.
That's how I'm still alive.
Damn, dude. Okay.
I told you to stay in your room. How long have you been there?
Is it going to be dangerous?
Is what gonna be dangerous?
Crawford.
Yes.
I can't lie to you, Clem. Yeah, it's gonna be dangerous. But
Have a good stream. I go to sleep. Go get up early. Lots of love. I'll see you around, Max. I hope you have a good night, though. It's nice seeing you in the stream again. But I'll see you around. Hope everything goes well for you tomorrow, though, when you get up early.
I don't want anyone else to die.
Neither do I, Clem, but sometimes we have to take that kind of risk.
I guess I should go get ready.
Say what now?
You said you'd need all of us to do this, and you said I'm a big help, remember?
Ooh.
Molly said Crawford is the only place left in Savannah that still has people. That means it must be where my mom and dad are, right?
Dangerous for children.
It's just too dangerous. For children especially.
You said I'm supposed to always stay close to you. Can't I come with you?
What do we do, chat? Do we get her to come with us, or do we... I don't know. This seems like a bad idea if we say yes. Just say yes? Okay.
Okay, you can come. But you have to promise to stay quiet. And
Everyone
do
just
exactly
left?
what you're told the whole time we're there.
It's pretty...
Okay,
what's it
I'm
called?
gonna go get ready.
These streams are usually pretty chill. But welcome though, Sebastian, welcome. We're playing the Walking Dead video game today. She's gonna die now? Okay, don't say that. I don't think she's gonna die. I think it's gonna be A-okay. I hope so, actually. But it'll be fine.
Check out what I found in the garage. Hatchet, hacksaw, some other tools. Might come in handy on this little break-in.
Nice.
Can I talk
Life
to
is
you
just sunshine and rainbows? Okay.
What's up?
I took another look at the boat. She's a 30-footer.
So?
So, we're gonna have a capacity problem. Assuming everyone makes it back alive, there ain't gonna be room for everyone.
What are you trying to say?
Just giving you a heads up is all. Thought you ought to know.
Uh-oh.
Who the hell is this?
This is Bree. She can help us.
Okay.
Help us how?
I was a student at the school where Crawford keeps their supplies. I know the layout.
With
Who's
her help, we're in and out
that? He's
fast.
a doctor.
Anyone
He's
have a
been
problem
helping
with that?
us.
I guess not.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's get moving.
He was helping treat one of our guys, and he's also gonna help us break into this place called Crawford. It's basically where like a whole bunch of people are held up.
Ready.
Hey, whoa, hold on a minute. You're not taking her with us. Did you not hear anything I said about the kind of place Crawford is? If you take her in there and they find
Or
her...
are these animations? It's a Telltale game. It's the same guys who made Minecraft Story Mode.
She's coming. Deal with it.
You heard the man. Let's move out.
But yeah, the animations do look goofy sometimes, especially the walking animations. They just look very strange sometimes. Minecraft Story Mode, yeah, it's the same developers. Telltale Games, I think. Yeah, honestly, this is pretty sick though. I'm really enjoying this.
We're right underneath the center of Crawford. The old school should be directly above us.
Okay, people. This is it. Remember the plan. We stay quiet, we stay hidden, and we stay together. We find what we need, and we get the hell out before anyone even knows we're there. Got it? And that part about staying
Anything but a
close,
Red Dead 2 stream?
feels
I've
good
done a
for
Red
you.
Dead 2 stream before. I didn't really do very well, sadly. But I'm trying to stream more games recently. That's why I'm trying more stuff like this. I'm wanting to do horror games for like Halloween.
Let's go.
Like more scary stuff. I'm thinking possibly doing Isolation. So close to being able to stream. How many followers do you need left required? Or is it like a different requirement? War Thunder?
What?
I don't know if that'd do very good for a stream. It's not really the game I play myself either.
I see one. Over there by the door.
Oh, you're 3 followers away? Oh.
Okay. Me and Kenny will sneak out, try to take him out quiet. The rest of you wait for our signal, then follow us over. Everybody got it? Okay, Kenny, let's do this quiet. No shooting unless there's no other choice.
Right behind you.
Okay, we're gonna sneak up on the guy. Sneak attack.
What the fuck?
It's a walker. Did they all die?
What the fuck is a walker doing inside here? Get inside, fast!
Okay, yeah, this ain't looking too good, chat. Can't get over these animations. They're comically... It's like so bad that it's good, almost. Like, it really is quite bad.
Fuck! Do you think they saw us?
Definitely.
Definitely.
How does Molly know so much about Crawford? She said she used to be a student there.
What the hell happened here? I thought this
Like
place was
they were
supposed to
all
be
used to be
secure.
members of
What
Crawford.
always happens, I
Or
guess.
Crawford.
In the end, the dead always win.
Oh man, we are so screwed.
No, this is good.
What?
This is good.
How the fuck is this good?
Before, everyone in Crawford was smart and they had guns. Now they're dumb and they don't. Hey, trying to look on the bright
Why don't they
side.
just kill the bad guys? Because there's like kids with us and
So
old
long as we
men.
don't let them box us in, we can
It's
still
kind of
do
hard
it.
to sit here and
Plan
fight
hasn't
zombies.
changed.
The plan hasn't changed? Every time walkers show up, the plan changes. Do you even have any idea how many of them are out there?
No. You want to do a head count? Or do you want to get what we need and get the hell out of here?
Why she just sat in the back smiling? Was her name
Come on,
Molly or
I think
whatever?
I know which way to head.
I got a bad feeling about this.
£2 an hour in pack Doritos. A lot of the same voice actors were actually in Minecraft Story Mode. Like Lee, the main character who we're playing as. He's the same voice as Gabriel from Minecraft Story Mode. Yeah, there he is. But yeah, they reused a lot of the same voice actors and stuff.
Just keep moving.
Pepperami has mini cheddars now. Oh, well, that's lovely.
Here.
Okay, okay.
Looks okay. Everybody in.
So we're looking for the, what was it, gasoline and car batteries. Oh no, batteries I think. Play Skibidi Toilet Paper? I don't think I'll be playing that. Okay. Yeah, no dude, we are not surviving this. Armory, okay, we're surviving this. Gasoline? Listen, okay, it's what they said in the game. We're looking for gasoline for a boat. I think, yeah, this is set in America, because it's like real cities and
Looks
stuff.
like they were using this room as some kind of command center.
Oh, damn.
Okay, so now what? Where do we start looking?
Petrol. Listen. Gasoline just rolls with the tongue better, you know? Than petrol. I don't know.
Here. Just give me a sec.
Real cities like you kids have cities? In England, there's more cities, but in Scotland, there's not many at all.
Where can we find some fuel for the boat?
Horseback riding, trash. Horseback riding. I don't agree with that one, to be fair. That one's just bad. Battery.
Any idea where we could find a battery?
Maybe at the auto shop. There used to be one in the alley outside the fire escape.
Yep, it's called Herman's. You can't miss it.
What about the medicine?
Ooh.
Right here. Nurse's station. They were
Is
using it
there
as a
local
medical facility.
Weatherspoons? That's probably true for my town, at least, yeah.
Just makes sense, doesn't it?
Ooh.
Okay, I'll make the run to the maintenance shed for the fuel.
It'll be faster if I go with you. I can take you right to it.
I'll come too. No, 2 people's enough. You stay here, see if you can use any of those tools we brought to get that armory door open. We might need to shoot our way out of here.
I'll go for the medicine.
I'll come with you. I know what to take.
Okay. Guess that leaves me to go find us a battery.
I'll go with you. Watch your back.
Okay, we've got a plan. Everyone be
Okay,
careful.
okay.
Stay close to one another.
I don't trust
We'll all
her.
meet back here. Good luck.
Going to Glasgow on Christmas time so me and Lucy go try me up? Alright. That's pretty epic. Hope you enjoy your time up in Glasgow. I don't think I've been there myself. I've been to Edinburgh quite a bit, but not Glasgow.
What about me?
But that sounds
What
quite
can I
nice
do?
though.
I need you to stay here with Ben and watch over our command center. I'm putting you in charge of it, okay?
I don't like leaving her with Ben.
You're leaving me
God.
with Ben?
I'm not leaving you with him. I'm leaving him with you. Understand?
What's the left leg called?
Oh,
Your left
okay.
leg? Join
before
Glasgow in the same sentence? Glasgow's not that bad. It's better than like Birmingham or like one of those other crappy cities. Assuming it's better than that, I guess. But yeah, Dundee or like God, what else is there? But you say Birmingham? Like, I don't know. I don't know. I did say it quite strangely. Shit, I didn't pay attention. Where are we going? What was this?
Must be the guy who ran this place.
Oh.
Looks like he figured himself as some kind of supreme leader.
Oh, so this place was like North Korea. Okay. Oh my god, the walking animation, dude.
The alleyway to the auto shop's down here. You coming or not?
Oh, Jesus. Where'd she go? Did she go this way? That a revolution? Clearly gonna end
This
well.
must be the door to the alleyway where the auto shop is. But where the hell is Molly?
Oh. Oh, there's a walker chat.
Molly, you out here?
Richmond, Modern Day Britain, same. True.
So I'm not going that way.
See, I think what we should all do is buy land, and then we all just live off-grid. And make our own country. I think that's gonna be... Why did I see her? There was like a zombie's head or something. Chat, I don't feel safe.
Herman's. This is the place I'm looking for.
How do I get over? Looters will be shot on sight, okay.
Damn.
You just live on it? Well... what if I just kill the government?
Well, climbing the fence isn't an option.
Okay, well Captain Obvious has helped us a lot here. Is there like a different way I can go?
Auto shop must be down this way.
Can I go this way? You're gonna get cancelled for saying that? Potato potato. People have said worse things. Of a revolution with all of our kitchen knives. Yeah, exactly. We use kitchen knives and we'll fight back against the government, you know. I'll make my own government and we'll... I was on Hydra's live? Oh, you're on his stream. Welcome back, on. Welcome back. We're talking about overthrowing the government with kitchen knives. Oh, there we go. That works. IDK how I got here, though. Oh, welcome, though. Welcome. For the elites get you. That is true, yeah. Oh, this feels like it's gonna go... Okay. I thought it was gonna go wrong there. Right, get stuck on the barbed wire. Okay, let's see. Car battery. Oh, or not.
Damn, it's jammed tight.
I'd rather be under the power layer than the Titanic government. Okay. I feel like if I was in charge of the UK, I think I could have some pretty good laws.
Better not get too close.
Ugh. Oh. Oh, hello Hydra, welcome. Welcome. Freddy was just talking about you. Welcome though. Head agency milestone, let's go.
Nice
That's
to
sick.
see you.
What was it, the Rising Star one that Freddy was on about earlier? Oh. She's just kicking the zombie dudes.
Molly?
Oh my god.
Molly!
75k in 15 days in this Rising Star? That's actually insane. God damn, congratulations though, man. That's actually sick.
More. For luck.
He's wearing medical scrubs. Some kind
Say
of
with the deadline
scientist or
too.
doctor, maybe?
You said earlier you had to get, was it 7k coins? Like before 1 AM? That's mental, to be fair. Congratulations though, man. You've earned it. That's actually class.
The garage door's jammed. Can't raise it.
End up with 8k? That's not bad. That's actually sick. Nope. Okay.
Not a problem. Look what
I found new people to hate on. Oh.
Oh yeah.
That sounds
That'll
quite
work.
lovely. Oh. They spot us, chat. Here. Chrome peace out. I'll see you around, Sebastian. I hope you have a good day though. It's nice speaking to you, man. But yeah, welcome Hydra. We're on episode 4, I think. Oh. Things have been really tough here, I have to admit. It's getting really, like, emotional. It's honestly insane. I had 17 viewers at 1.2. Oh, that's sick. Let's go. Congrats. Oh, that zombie's not dead, is it? Uh-oh. Yeah, I guess it's still alive.
Take a look around. I'll make sure no stragglers get under this door.
Okay, okay. Everyone died? Yeah, everyone... That's quite accurate, everyone died. Is your blood pressure rising? I'm worried that a zombie's gonna get through.
Well, I can see where the battery should be, but it's not.
Perfect.
Everyone important died? Oh yeah, all of our favorite characters are dead. How can we search this car?
Can't reach it up there.
How do we get it down, chat? I'm not a mechanic. Oh, probably this, isn't it?
No power.
Of course, we're gonna use
Looks
power.
like it's the hose for the lift hydraulics. It's the panel that controls the hydraulic lift over there.
Okay, okay. I know it's the panel, but how do I power it?
No way in.
Can I? It's a glass window. Duck. Oh, don't bring up Duck. He's gone, man. He's gone.
Something you need?
I've already
Think
hooked.
I can borrow that hook thing
Oh,
of
Jesus
yours?
Christ.
I don't
Okay,
know.
thanks for the door knocking.
Hilda and I have been through a lot together.
What's your blood
That's what I
type?
call her. Don't judge.
Please
If I'm honest with you, I don't actually know.
She won't get a scratch.
I've never been told what my blood type is. I've not needed it
Got
for
your
anything.
promise now. Not a scratch.
Okay, Jesus, the creeper one is loud. Can we puncture hydraulic hose?
I did it.
Okay. I have 3 girlfriends.
That's probably not good.
No shit!
Oh, chat. These are looking good.
Hurry.
Oh my
There's the
god.
match. Finally something goes right.
Okay.
Still attached to the terminals.
How do I get the terminals off?
It's off.
Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay, pull the terminals off.
Got that one off. Got it.
Yeah, but we still got a problem here. Put it in here. I'll carry it. Okay, follow me.
Pull the jack out. Oh yeah, that'll
Move
get
your
a fall on him. Come on, Lee. Come on. Kiss Molly. I don't think that's the right thing to do in this situation.
Skylight.
How are we getting up there? Come on! Well, we got out of there pretty easily.
Okay, so now we're on a roof.
Do you ever stop complaining? Come on.
Oh my god. Oh. It's low-key genius
Come on,
having
what are
that.
you, chicken? Jump.
What
Chicken?
did you call me? Well, now that you mention it.
Come on. You can do it, Lee. Oh, Jesus. I thought we were going to fall there. Okay, okay.
Come on.
Later.
Minecraft
Something
story
I
mode
gotta do
slime
first.
block jump. I forgot that. Yeah, the slime block
Wait,
launcher.
you still got the battery.
Yeah, I think I'll hold on to it. Make sure you don't leave without me. See you back in class.
Molly!
Well, she's
Damn it,
gone.
what the hell is she doing?
Hello, Ghosty Toasty. Hello, welcome to the stream. Oh, what's in the lock?
Can't open it without the combination.
Logan. Well, what's
You
up
guys
in
need
here?
any help?
Thanks, but I think we're almost in.
We're taking care of it, Lee. Don't worry.
Did a banana bread recipe? Alright, how did that go? Banana bread's usually quite nice, I have to admit. Exit is this way. No, we've already been this way. Where's Onward? He's back at the house. He's like almost dead. Oh shit.
Little help here!
Okay, yeah, quick time event, quick time event. Okay, his head's stuck in the fucking thing.
Break the door with something!
Okay, Jesus Christ, this game loves its bloody button pressing.
That hold?
Damn well
Okay.
better.
There's so many of them.
You got the fuel.
Let's go.
Let's not start high-fiving each other just yet. Let's get the hell
That's
back
about
to
to
the
break,
classroom.
dude.
Give us a hand with these fuel cans. They weigh a goddamn ton.
Okay, okay. How's the glass holding? That I'm not too sure. Yeah, the glass should not be holding there.
Yeah, and we made out pretty good too.
Great work, Kenny.
How you doing with that door?
Not so good.
Here, let me give you a hand. Did you get that battery yet?
Yeah, Molly has it. She should be back here soon.
She'd better be.
Okay, let's talk to people.
Bree?
Hey, Lee. Thanks for all your help back there. I don't think we would have made it without you.
No problem. We're all on the same team. How long have you known Vernon?
Couple of years. He ran our support group. He was really great, helping me come to terms with my disease. But how do you come to terms with something like this? With a place like Crawford? I don't know what I or the other survivors would have done without Vernon. He's the one who held us together, kept us alive.
About Crawford, yeah. Is Bree pregnant? I don't think so. She's got cancer.
Too many awful memories. Even being back here gives me a bad feeling.
Even now, with everyone dead?
I got no sympathy for what happened to these people. They weeded out the sick and the old, even children, those least able to defend themselves so that they could save their own skins. Whatever happened here, however Crawford fell, I consider it poetic justice.
Damn, girl, that's cold.
It's how I feel. If you'd seen what I seen, you'd feel the same.
So you're a cancer survivor, like Vernon and the others?
Yeah, I was diagnosed when I was in college. Been getting treatment ever since. Just when I was starting to get better, when I thought there might be some hope.
Hello, Kyle. Hello, welcome back.
Lost my whole family.
Interesting to see you call me Poswald again. I've not seen you say that in a while. Welcome back. How are you doing?
I'm a little busy here, Lee. Maybe you should go get that battery or help with the medicine.
Decided to bring it back. Fair enough. Welcome back, though. We're looting a school for supply. Watching High Potential? I don't think I've heard of that before. Is that like a TV show or like a movie? But I can't say I've heard of it before. Look at TV. Let's see what we can talk about. TV show?
What do we still
Alright, what's it about?
We already got the fuel in the battery.
It's on TikTok.
Once we find some medicine.
Alright, well, I hope you're enjoying it.
So where's this battery you found?
Molly has it. She ran off to do something.
Well, she'd better bring it back here. I don't know why you trusted that girl with it. We hardly know her.
She saved your life, didn't she?
Yeah, but what has she done for me lately?
No, wait. There is something you can help me with.
Okay,
Something
okay.
that's been on my mind.
Why did you say girl like that? Yeah, he really put emphasis on it.
It's Kenny. Since I've been helping him work on the boat, I've gotten to know him a little better. He's a good guy, you know? And it's eating me up knowing what I know. I've been thinking about telling him the truth.
Ben, come on. This again?
It's my fault Duck and Katjaa got killed. If I had
He's gotta tell. Okay, don't tell him.
How am I supposed to
Genius woman who becomes an LAPD consultant and wants to find her partner who vanished 15 years ago. He went out for diapers and never came back.
Ben, no offense.
That actually sounds kind of interesting, to be fair.
Kenny's
Is it like a recent show or is it like an older show? Okay, bye. I'll see you around then, Kyle. Hope you enjoy your show, though.
But I don't know how much longer I can keep
Ben can't tell Kenny. Dude, if he tells Kenny, Kenny's gonna kill him.
I'm telling you, man, it's a bad idea. Real.
Started season 2 so recent. Alright. That was pretty epic then. I hope you enjoy it.
I can't just pretend it never happened.
Look, we need Kenny. We need him to hold his shit together if we're ever gonna get out of here. So you need to keep this to yourself, for the good of everyone. You hear me?
Okay. Music in-game? Yeah, the music's in-game.
I'm gonna get back to this.
She's very spooky. Ben. Talk to Clementine, yeah.
You okay, Clem?
Yeah. This desk is just like the ones we have in my school. I know it's weird, but I kinda miss it, being in school.
I miss teacher. Oh yeah, he's a teacher, isn't he?
I used to be a teacher, remember? Tell you what, when we find ourselves a safe place, set up a little classroom. Just you and me.
Will there be homework?
No homework.
Where's Molly?
She had to go run an errand. She'll be back soon.
I hope she's okay.
You should play Beyond Two Souls. I don't think I've heard of that game before.
Do you think things will ever be normal again?
But I'll look into
Just
it.
like the way they were before?
I don't think so, Clem. I think the best we can hope for is that we'll find a way to survive, to stay together, and to not let this change us. That's what's important.
I guess you're right.
Now we're gonna get this. Look at paste.
Just a bunch of paste.
Right, okay.
Have to wonder what's going on in the rest of the world.
Pamphlets. Let's see.
Looks like they had quite a system here. Crawford's final solution.
Jason's outbreak, initial person searching. Brought Crawford. Okay. Look at dolls. There must be something.
Creepy.
Oh.
Might come back for these later. Any reading material would be nice once we get on that boat.
Or the TV.
No TV.
There's gotta be something around here that we've missed, or... How does Molly get back? Look at a shelf.
Nothing but crayons and construction paper.
Look at a school map.
So according to Bree, fuel is at the maintenance shed. Medicine might be at the nurse's office. And a battery would probably be at the auto shop out through here.
It's perfectly scary. Yeah, it's quite scary being into a bloody, like, schoolroom where it's like this.
If we're gonna find medicine anywhere, that would be the place to look.
Which are dark and, like, run down.
The Georgia state flag. A lot of history there. Not that it matters much now, I guess.
If I missed something... Now, do we go back into the hallway to help the others, or... Is it scary? It does seem scary. I can't help but think that that locked locker, the one that was... Ooh, empty locker.
Nothing up here, I guess.
Ooh. Let's hope they don't get through. Shell casings.
Shell casings are over. Whatever happened here wasn't good.
Yeah, there's a bloody locker here.
Shit.
Uh-oh.
Kristen Vernon must be trapped in there.
Oh, chat. Okay. How'd they get in? That I'm not too sure. They got in somehow, at least.
What the hell happened?
They wandered into the hallway after we got inside. I think they must have heard us rooting around in here. The whole place is infested. They're everywhere.
Calm down. I took care of them. What about the meds? Did we find what we need?
Yeah, that's our other
Is it
problem.
Ben's fault? Yeah, let's just blame this on Ben. I think that's the
Looks
best thing we
like they
do.
were keeping all the prescription meds in that safe, locked up tight.
Where else could we
Maybe
look?
should try
I blame
looking somewhere
Kenny.
else.
Kenny's just doing what he can, man. He's lost his
This
wife and
place is
son.
too overrun.
It's not his fault.
No, that safe is our best chance. Yeah, it'd be a hell of a lot quicker if we just knew the 4-digit combination.
Well, I doubt they just wrote it down and left it here for us to find. We should just try busting it open. We don't have any other choice.
Okay.
Kenny is the best man child ever.
I'll
He
take a
lost
look
his
around, see
wife
if
and
I can find
son.
anything useful.
I don't think you can blame this on him. I don't know, man.
Just a bunch of papers. No safe combination, though.
It's been a man-child since before then. Still, Ben's actually caused harm. Kenny might be a bit stupid, yes, but you know, he's not the
Y'all
worst
already
guy.
checked these drawers?
Yes, Lee. Nothing in there worth taking.
First aid kit, yeah. Kenny caused harm too? Not that much harm. Not compared to the others. Shoot the safe.
Looks pretty sturdy. No way we're gonna force that open.
We might be able to find something to pry it open, but it'll take time.
We don't have time. Omid needs that medicine. We have to get it open now.
Do you think shooting it open would work?
Only thing that would accomplish is getting us all killed. So, no, I don't.
Oh, there's a camera.
No tape inside.
Is there gonna be a tape somewhere? Copier.
What's this? A copy machine. Not that it matters with no power around.
Ben should have banned us. Yeah, Ben got like he caused the whole group to split up. He caused our base to, you know, bloody thingy. Left Clem to die. All this shit is because of thingy.
Medical file.
Press the door. Look at phone. Does the phone have anything?
Phones probably haven't worked in months. How's it coming?
Slow. Too slow. I'm worried that by the time we manage to get this thing open, it may be too late.
Hey, Doc. I just wanted to
killed Carly. Yeah, that as well. He's the. I blame him for that.
Really appreciate it.
Don't mention it. It's times like these we've got to help each other the most, right? And we're no better than those Crawford sons of bitches.
Okay, I'm hoping we can do this.
I heard that.
I'll
go see if I can find something that'll help us get that safe open.
Good idea.
I wish there was ways to like turn my camera so I can. There's gotta be blood. What was that?
What's this on the floor?
It's a sonogram.
There's
blood
on this printout. And
everything bad happened because of him. Exactly. On God, we're blaming Ben for all of this.
Over there, then out the door. What the hell happened here?
The blood. It goes to that locker. Caused the apocalypse. I kind of believe that, yeah. Can we just blame the zombies on him? Okay, if we ignore the dead walkers, that trail of blood goes here. Logan.
Too bad I don't know the combination to any of these.
Open bloody locker, okay.
Open it without the combination.
Oh, there must be like a body or something I'm missing. Shoot the lock? That isn't an option, sadly. There must be like a body that's Logan's or something. I can hear a zombie. Very three strong, very helpful people. Killing Larry, you know, Larry was gonna die anyway. He had heart problems, all that, like, stuff. So, but I think, you know, if we didn't have our base raided by the bandits, because of Ben, by the way, I think we wouldn't have lost Carly or, whatever it was, it Lily? I don't even remember. Would have still been helpful for a good while? True, yeah. But, you know, his time was up anyway. Oh, bathroom, we've not checked this.
Didn't need to use the bathroom anyway.
No, boarded up. Water fountain. What the hell is this? Exit playground. Look at hole.
This place definitely has some major damage.
I'm not even looking at him, I'm looking the opposite direction.
Empty. Nothing.
And Lily wouldn't have been as angry if her dad wasn't murdered in front of her. That's true as well. But like, I think she just needs to suck it up, you know? That's my personal opinion on this. That's sarcasm, by the way. There was something that I saw that could be this. Walker's found. Lily was brainwashed from Larry? Yeah, exactly. She got brainwashed. No. What about...
So according to Bree, fuel is at the maintenance shed. Medicine might be at the nurse's office. And a battery would probably be at the auto shop out through here.
Okay. Nurse's station.
If we're gonna find medicine anywhere, that would be the place to look.
Okay. Nothing about a bloody code or anything though. Because we're in the HQ. Blame Glenn for abandoning them. I wonder, does Glenn... I'm guessing you've already played the game, so you'll know. But I'm low-key hoping that Glenn makes a comeback. He's my goat, okay?
It looks like there's a shit ton of walkers out there. I think I better leave it alone.
But yeah, no, I see that's what's gonna happen. We're stuck here for now. My glorious goat, Glenn, is gonna come back and he's gonna protect us. He's gonna save us all. Do I have to loot one of the bodies? There's just the door there. What the hell is this code gonna be? Didn't abandon nobody? Exactly, no, he didn't abandon us. Look at bed.
Time to rest later, I think.
It must be like something. God. Look at blood, sonogram. No tape.
No tape inside.
Abandoning is like leaving without warning. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Here, I guess.
Tell Krista.
Hey, Krista.
Yeah.
Making
Are
progress?
you making any progress with the safe?
No. Without the combination, I don't know how we're gonna get this damn thing open. If we don't get back to Omid with some medicine soon.
It's okay, we'll figure it out.
Are you feeling okay?
I'm fine. Why are you asking me that?
It's just that you've been looking a little pale the past couple of days. You've been throwing up.
Oh, come on. You just dug up a rotting dog carcass. I'm surprised we weren't all throwing up. Lee, I'm fine. Quit worrying about me, okay? Worry about Omid. We've got to get him these meds.
I hope I did the right thing bringing Clementine with us. This place isn't exactly safe.
Then why did you?
Because leaving her alone with Omid didn't seem any safer.
What's that supposed to mean?
No offense, Krista, but Omid's pretty sick. If he dies with Clementine alone in the house with
That is not gonna happen. Do you hear me? That is not going to happen.
We're gonna come
Get
back
these
and he's
meds
gonna
to
be
Omid,
dead.
And he's going to be fine. He's going to be fine.
You're right. I'm sorry.
Look,
Being Clem should win
I just
with
wanna
Glenn,
get
so we
back
have
to
to put with
Omid.
Kenny.
Let me do my
That's
thing,
true,
alright?
yeah.
Okay.
And then we'd have ran into Rick. Do you have a Sega Dreamcast? I do not know. Look at blood. Okay, there must be something we can do around here. I must have, like, missed something. What does Vernon have to say?
Hey, Vernon.
About Molly.
Molly helped me get the battery we needed.
That's great. One down. Where is she?
She took off. Had some kind of errand she needed to run.
Took off? With the battery?
Yeah. Don't worry, she'll be back.
I hope so. That girl doesn't really strike me as a team player. More the mercenary kind.
Yeah,
How much time do you think Omid has, Doc?
You want my medical opinion? The sooner we get him some strong antibiotics to start fighting that infection, the better. Let's just leave it at that, huh?
I'll go see if I can find something that'll help us get that safe open.
Good idea.
Looks like some kind of medical file.
Chat, I'm actually stumped right now. I have no clue on what I'm supposed to be doing here. I've searched around. Like, there's no sign of a code or anything. There's that locker in the hallway, but that's all I've got as a guess. But even then, I don't know how we're gonna get that open. Any notes notable haven't? Not really, no. We're stumped here. I'm gonna be brutally honest with you, I have no clue what we're doing. I just know there's this locker here. But I don't know how to get that open because I don't have the code. I could speak to them. Yeah, speak to the people in here maybe. Look at rug. Okay, so there's gotta be something I missed here. Okay. Thank you, Hydra, for that house hat. Oh, damn. Thank you so much, Hydra. I appreciate it, man.
I think.
Oh, that's sick. Is that a new gift? Oh, that's actually class. Thank you so much, Hydra, dude. I appreciate that. Oh my god, that's sick. Reminds me of the bloody, what's it called? The sorting hat of Harry Potter. That's sick though, Hydra. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. That is sick. Welcome back, though. Welcome back, though, man. How are you doing? Pamphlets. I still don't know what these could mean. In shock? How did this stream go overall? I know you said you got like, was it 8k coins in total?
You okay?
But how was it?
Yeah.
Insane?
I'm glad Kenny and Bree made it
Damn,
back
I'm
okay.
mad. Glad you enjoyed it, though. Are you feeling better now, I'm guessing?
Do you think we'll be here much longer?
I sure hope not.
A gift called Ellie the Elephant?
Need to go take care of
oh, damn.
Alright.
I don't think I've heard of that one before. I'm guessing that's a new one. Feel still bummed for it, I hope you feel better soon, man. Just rest up for now, I'd say. But, yeah, that's actually sick, though. Thank you so much for the gift as well. We're kind of stumped right now. We're trying to find a way to get into the armory and into the medical bit, but we have no clue how to do it. We could go back the other way, I guess. I can't go here. Bloody still streaming? Yeah, we're stuck. We don't know where to go.
Been a long time since I had to use one this small.
What little streamer? See, yeah, okay, I'm not gonna engage with that. Exit the alley. There's gotta be something this way.
Not going back out there unless I have a damn good reason.
What am I missing? There's gotta be something missing.
Must be the guy who ran this place. Looks like he figured himself as some kind of supreme leader.
I don't get this. I'm actually confused what to do. Logan.
Too bad I don't know the combination to any of these.
There's no way to get that locker open. In this one, we've been on this episode for about an hour now, but we're kind of stuck for the past like 10 minutes. We're looking for some sort of code for either the locker or for the nurse safe room, but we can't seem to find any. Yeah, because I've sweeped over this whole room. I've interacted with like everything that I can. There's a camcorder here, but there's no tape. We've seen the blood, the sonogram. We've spoken to like all the NPCs as well. Yeah, there's the bloody footprints and stuff. So I feel like the guy, whoever had the code, check the board. We check the the clock. Oh, damn it! I thought it'd be like some sort of. I saw the clock there and saw it was interactive, but I thought that would be it. Damn it, man. Come on, yeah, now we've talked to him. We looked at the medical file. Hey, we looked at this as well. Maybe the timer's a code? That's what I was thinking, but it doesn't seem to do anything.
No way we're gonna force that open. Krista,
I'm busy, Lee. Just let me work.
Dude, where am I? Is there like anything over here possibly? There's gotta be something I'm missing. Why is it so dark? The lights are off. What's in here?
I'll go see if I can find something that'll help us get that safe open.
Good idea.
Does the poster say Irish? It says get fresh. It's got a picture of a carrot. I think it's telling people to eat vegetables? I'm not too sure. Inspect the file in the room? I've tried doing that. It just says medical file.
Some kind of medical file.
I have to find the cassette tape. Okay. Is it perchance in the locker that's in the hallway? Press the bottom on the file? Grab the file. Oh wait. Does it let me? Have you not picked up the file? I didn't know I could pick it up. Oh, I can. Oh shit. Okay, that would have helped. Oh, okay.
Guess she must have been a patient here. And what's this?
Okay. So this whole time I just had to pick up the file. That's lovely to know. Okay, well, we put the tape in here.
Vernon, Krista, come look at this.
This is day 82 since the outbreak. 1547. Dr. Logan in consultation with patient Anna Correa.
Okay.
Why are you recording this?
Regulations. Oberson has ordered me to keep records of all medical examinations and consultations. I need you to brace yourself, Anna. The sonogram confirms that you're pregnant.
Oh God, oh God, oh God.
As you know, the rules are very clear. The termination is mandatory.
You don't have to tell them. Tell them it was just nausea. But you gave me something for it and it went away. This is my problem, not yours.
If Oberson finds out that I concealed evidence of a pregnancy, I'm sorry, but these are the rules. I'm going to give you a sedative. It'll make the procedure easier on you.
I don't want the procedure. I want my baby. I can't do this. I can't do this.
Anna, you don't have a choice. Now, if you like, you can take some time with this, but I need you to come back no later than tomorrow, or I'll have no choice but to inform Oberson myself. I'm sorry.
Jesus. That's dark.
Damn it, we almost had it.
What the hell kind of place was this?
Like Molly said, the worst kind.
Lee, maybe there's another tape. We gotta keep looking.
I think I recognize that doctor.
Stampy played this? Yeah, at some point.
Out in the alley by the auto shop.
It's...
Maybe you should
earlier,
search.
it was really
Somebody's got
dark. It was really quite dark, if I'm honest with you. Damn. Yeah, there's the sound. Okay. Well, we've got one of the tapes. Where would another one be? I don't like how the music's just stopped now. There's gotta be... Is Ben your favorite character? He is not, no.
Logan. Isn't that the name of the doctor on that tape? Too bad I don't know the combo.
Okay, we're looking for that Dr. Logan. You can open the lock. We have the option to, but we don't have the...
You can open it without the combination.
Yeah, we don't have the combination. But we know that doctor was a part of it. Walk back to the classroom? Okay, yeah, go back to the classroom. Dude, they're getting in. Yeah, I don't know how long that's gonna hold. Okay, okay. But yeah, I'll say, like, if you do try this game out, fair warning, there's incredibly dark things in this. Okay. Hello, Charter. Hello, welcome back. Hello, Copycat as well. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing good. Welcome to the Copycat. Welcome.
Slower than I'd like.
Don't worry, we'll get it open. I think.
I think. Okay, there's a tape or a TV.
No TV.
Welcome though, welcome. To this 3 days ago. It's really confusing, I'm gonna be honest with you, yeah. There's no tape at the desk, is there? Tape. Where would there be a tape? What do you think of those parents giving their kids a Game Boy in 2025? I don't know if that's real. Is that real? Never heard of anyone doing that, if I'm honest with you. Tape is not in there, so it's not in here.
And construction paper. Hey,
I'm a little busy here, Lee. Maybe you should go get that battery or help with the medicine.
Right, okay. Yeah, there's nothing to do here, is there?
You okay, Clem?
Yeah. Are Krista and Vernon okay?
They're fine. They had a little trouble with some walkers, but I took care of them.
You have to check the ceiling in the hallway? There was the caved-in ceiling. We checked there earlier, but nothing happened.
I just want everyone
I'll go back to it.
Okay.
We will. We're doing pretty good so far.
Game Boy's better than a Switch.
Just sit tight, okay? We'll take care of a few things.
I don't know about that.
Alright.
The 3DS though, that I think is better than Switch. That's my honest opinion. I love the 3DS. Okay, let's go back to the ceiling. It's always funny doing the walking animation because it's always so goofy. Yeah, the tree caved in here.
This place definitely has some major...
Oh, we can climb up here. Have you watched the show? I've watched a bit of the show. I'm on season... I've just started season 4.
It's too high up.
It's too high up. We can shout up there, it says.
Molly, you there?
Do you like Glenn? I already know. If that's what you're gonna do, I already know. I got spoiled well before thingy.
This place definitely has some major damage. Molly! What the hell is she doing?
Okay, so there's nothing I can do there. Or Vernon's in the infirmary? I don't even remember, dude. He said something about finding more tapes, but... Is there a way I can check? Or is there
Find
like
that doctor's body? Did you search him?
Not yet.
Well, what are you waiting for?
Doctor's body? Where's the doctor's body, though? There's no... That's the even more confusing part, because... Molly killed her back? Oh, that was the doctor! Oh! That's the one she was... That was Molly on the tape! Oh my... I've just realised that was probably Molly on the tape, wasn't it? Or is that... Am I mistaken? Nope. Oh. I just thought about that now, just because she killed that doctor so, like, angrily. Okay. We have to go this way, don't we? We have to go through. Name was Anna? Not Molly? She could have changed her name, I guess. I'm not too sure. Oh! Oh my god! Okay, where the fuck did that come from? Oh. What did it get killed by? Okay. Oh, of course it wasn't fully killed. Oh. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Oh, we're about to curb stomp the zombie, dude. Oh my god. Oh, yeah, he's not looking happy at this.
This might be just what we need. And what's this? Looks like some kind of code. But Vernon said the safe combination was only 4 numbers.
Uh-oh.
Shit, time to go.
Well, we got the Logan safe code at least. What do you think the code's for? It's for the locker. I saw this earlier. Wasn't too sure. What's in here?
Tape. Safe combination has gotta be on one of these.
Okay. Now we watch all the tapes. So there's 3 in total we got so far. We've seen 1 of them.
I found 2 more tapes. One of them is dated October 10th.
That's the day after the first one we watched.
Put it in.
Okay. Let's see.
Have you made a decision?
I thought you said I didn't have a choice.
Well, technically you do. You can terminate the pregnancy or leave Crawford. Of course, that would be a death sentence for both you and your unborn child.
Maybe that's best.
Do you like
I
Andrea?
stayed up all last night thinking about this.
She was an
Why are we even
interesting
trying to
character.
survive, to keep on living, if this is what it takes.
I didn't
This
really
is what
miss
it's
her, I
turned
guess.
us into.
I don't make the rules, Anna.
Doctor, I'm begging you. Please help me.
Maybe one day when things are different, you can try again. But for now, today, we have to do this. No.
Ooh. During the daytime? The other one was in the daytime. This one's at night. Oh, so she went around shooting all of the...
I think we know what happened to Crawford.
More importantly, we got the combination.
Damn. Did she... No, she stabbed him.
Krista, are you alright? What's wrong?
It's nothing. That was just hard to watch. Don't worry about me. I'm fine.
Alright. Let's get those meds and get the hell out of here.
We're
Well,
in business.
I got meds.
Antibiotics, morphine. We'll take as much of this as we can carry. Okay, I think we're good. This is more than enough for your people and mine. Let's go.
You know, I found a 3rd tape in the locker outside. Maybe there's something else on there.
We got the meds.
That's
for the
suspicious,
week.
because
That's
I already
all I
think
care
she's
about.
pregnant, dude.
We'll head back
She
to
was
the classroom.
vomiting
Won't take
earlier.
too long, Lee.
Thingy and Umaid was like, they were interested to talk about kids and stuff. I think, what's it called, she's pregnant.
No tape inside.
Can I just use the... No, I have to do this. Oh. Oh.
Listen, as fun as this was, I have to put a stop to this little arrangement. This is the last I can give you.
Why?
Oberson had someone down here yesterday taking inventory. He's really cracking down. I just can't risk it.
We had a deal.
Yes, we had a deal. We don't anymore.
My sister needs this medicine. Without it, she'll die, or she'll start showing symptoms and they'll take her away. I can't let that happen.
I'm sorry, Molly. I've done all I can, but I have to look out for myself here.
Yeah, that's the Crawford way, isn't it?
Ooh.
Well, shit.
Oh, that's something. She's cracking the doctor for meds? I think so, yeah. I think that was what's going on. Okay, I guess we go back to the classroom now. It's the last place we need to go to. Oh, the controls can be really janky sometimes. There's a pain.
Jesus Christ! Oh, you scared the shit out of me. Where the fuck have you been?
Sightseeing.
I'll take that battery now.
Oh, yeah, about that.
Oh.
I'm just kidding.
Okay. Don't hear the walkers? That's a good point, actually,
Here you
yeah.
go.
Where has he just put that? He's just put that in his pocket. Where's he just put that battery?
You can quit with the act, Molly. I know you're from Crawford.
What?
Hear them growing.
Who told you that?
I saw you on a security tape. Why'd you lie to me?
I said there were stories about Crawford. I never said that's how I knew about
Put
it.
back his
I
Minecraft
never
inventory.
lied to you, and even if
Yeah.
I did, so what? I don't owe you anything.
You saved my life twice, but you can't tell me the truth?
Are we really gonna do this now?
I guess that's up to you.
I used to live here with my sister. She was 14 years old.
They played Minecraft
When
story
my dad
mode?
started walking
Hey, yeah, I
around,
played season
Crawford
1,
shut
but that's
itself
about
in.
it.
It seemed like a pretty good deal at first. We were safe. We had everything we needed to survive. Then the rules started coming down. No one who couldn't justify their place earned their keep. No one who required special care. My sister was diabetic, and by Crawford's rules, that made her a liability. I kept it a secret, kept her safe for as long as I could, but in the end, I couldn't protect her. That's when I got out. Crawford, they always talked about how their system worked, how anything was better than becoming one of them. But I saw what they'd already become. I just wish I could have seen it.
Gotta
before
leave
it
because
was
this
too late.
character said
Before they
required.
came
Bye.
and took
I'll see
my
you around
sister
required.
away.
I'll see you around.
This is all I have left of her.
Oh, you're getting a
I
photo.
didn't have time to take it before I got out of Crawford. I just wanted it, okay?
It's okay, Molly. I understand. She's pretty.
What the hell?
I think that's our cue to get the hell out of here.
Uh-oh. So cold now. I love how this game gives you the option to say the most evil things.
Sorry. I just got spooked by those bells, and then I heard someone coming.
What the fuck are you doing out here?
Kenny and I still can't get the door open to the armory. He sent me out to look for something we can use to bust it open. I found this.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Where did you get that?
Ben,
I
you
found it. It
fucking...
was stuck in the door handle at the end of the hallway back there.
Oh no. Shit!
Oh my god, she's a badass. Uh-oh.
Lee! Shoot this fucker!
Oh.
Thanks.
It wasn't me!
Good going, kid. Nice shot.
Thanks.
Oh, damn.
What the fuck is going on?
They're coming.
Oh, shit.
That ought to hold them.
Sure, but now how do we get out?
Through the armory. We could just get this damn door open. Come on, damn you!
See, this is why we don't like Ben chat, because he does shit like this.
This is my fault, all my fault.
What the hell's he babbling about?
Ben, we talked about this.
No, wait. I want to know what he meant. What do you mean this is all your fault?
Kenny, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, man.
Kid, this ain't the best time. Whatever you did, save it for later.
I opened the door. I let them in.
I said save it for after we get out of here.
Fine. Go ahead. Tell them.
It's been me all along, putting all of us in danger. Katja and Duck, it was all me. It was all me.
Wait a minute. What are you saying?
It was me who made the deal with the bandits at the motor inn, slipping them supplies.
He's gonna
I thought
die
maybe
now.
I could keep them off our backs. When it got discovered, that's when they attacked. And that's when Duck...
I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna say anything.
You little pissant! You're fucking dead! You hear me? Dead! My wife and child! You got them both fucking killed!
Nice group you got here.
Not
Okay.
the time, Molly.
If this asshole thinks he's getting on my boat after what he did, he's out of his motherfucking mind! You hear me, shitbird? You can stay behind and fucking rot!
I'm just not gonna say anything
Boat's
here.
not big enough for all of us. Somebody's gotta get left behind. Might as well be this piece of shit right here.
Well, I vote we leave him. I'm sorry, Ben. I know you mean well,
but all I want to do is get back to Omid, and you put that at risk.
Wait, don't I get a vote?
No. Or do I just not say anything? I'm not gonna say anything. I'm gonna pour a drink.
Nice. He's my friend. We don't leave friends behind. That's my vote.
On second thought, I think I'm gonna abstain. Lee?
We cut him loose.
I'm sorry, Ben. I've got to do what's best for the group. That means cutting you loose.
What about the rest of us? Don't we get a say?
Yeah, no, you're not gonna say. Oh my god. Yeah, no. Holy.
Now can we go?
Damn right. Vernon, come on.
Damn.
So much for the armory.
What's left of it?
A few rounds. That's it.
You didn't close that door behind us?
I couldn't. The lock was busted.
Great. Just fucking great. Come on. There's gotta be a
I
way
blame
out down
Ben.
here.
I'm blaming Ben for all of this shit, dude. He's fucking... Oh, God. Okay.
Fuck! It's not gonna hold. Back upstairs!
Ooh, shotgun.
Lee, look!
It's got any rounds? Let's hope it does. Brandon's state was really stupid. It was stupid, yeah. But, no. Doing a lot better now, I think. Or no, a lot better back then. Before, you know. Got like infinite bullets? Yeah, infinite ammo. Infinite ammo. I love infinite bullets. Oh. Yeah, okay. What the fuck do I do here? Got Hershel's infinite shotgun? Yeah. Oh. What do I do here? Do I shoot the board? Oh, I have to... Okay, I see now. Yeah, let's go. I love infinite ammo. Oh no! Why'd you switch weapon? Is this guy stupid? Come on! Oh, Jesus. Oh my god. Oh, there goes our axe. Oh, okay, that's sick.
Come on!
It's all right, Clem. I'm fine. Any way out of here?
This leads to the roof. We might be able to find a way down from there.
You didn't come into town from the railroad, did you?
Yeah. Why?
Never mind. I can see the sewer where we came in from here. I think we can do this.
Well, what are we waiting for? Go, go!
Oh, more shooting. Or not.
Ben, come on, let's go!
Oh, dude. Ben, I don't... Oh. Oh! Oh, is he gone? Oh, if I could shoot Ben right now. If I could shoot him.
Hold on, Ben. I've got you!
Do I? Do I have the option to...
Climb up! Come on, you'll You can do it!
There's no time! You have to go! Now!
Quit fucking around, Ben! Come on!
Let go, damn it! Get Clem and the others out of here!
Lee.
Oh, they're almost here, chat. They're almost here.
Lee, we both know. Let me go.
Dude, he wants it. If I just leave it, I'm guessing it drops. Damn. You are dead to me? Listen, man. Oh, he didn't die from that! Okay, he didn't die from that. Okay, I feel a bit bad now. Oh my god. As much of an ass as he was and as much of trouble he caused, I don't think he should have went out like that.
Krista? Everything okay?
Omid!
Oh, is he gone? He's dead.
Hold on. Is he dead? Krista, don't! Stay back!
Why you pull him up? Listen.
I'm so sorry.
Christy,
I don't have enough time to make the decision, okay? Oh.
Hey.
I thought he was dead.
Back already?
We got you medicine.
Good. Feel like I could use some.
His other death is worse. Oh, did he like die later on?
Where's Ben?
He didn't make it.
What happened?
Dumb son of a bitch nearly got us all killed. Lee stepped up and did what he had to. That's what happened.
That's not what happened. He nobly sacrificed himself.
Nice going, asshole.
What's eating you?
Yeah.
You're still alive? Yeah.
But I don't expect Clementine.
Gets taken out with a bullet. Oh. Yeah, no, because he was eaten alive there, so that was...
You did the right thing. Trust me. She'll understand. I'm gonna go start work on the boat.
Kenny's an ass
Okay,
now.
with a little luck, you should start feeling better pretty soon.
He gets his legs impaled? Isn't that like the guy in actual Walking Dead? There was that prisoner guy.
Yes, thank you.
Got his
so
legs
much.
impaled at Blake Herschel's farm, or near there.
Maybe now's a good time for you and me to have a little talk, in private.
Okay.
Listen,
I'm sorry about Bree, yeah.
about what happened to Bree.
Don't beat yourself up over it. There was nothing you could have done. You want to know the worst part?
What?
I don't feel much. I mean, I don't feel enough. Shouldn't I be broken up over what happened to her?
I had my leg impaled in abuse of brutality. And that just happened? Yeah. Because if you fall from that height, you break all your legs or whatever, and then you get eaten by like multiple zombies. Like, that's gonna be awful.
And we'd better just get used to it.
What did you want to talk to me about?
I know you care about Clementine. Anyone can see that.
Get
I know you
skewered?
want
Ugh.
what's best for her.
Human
This
kebab.
plan of yours, putting everyone on a boat with no destination. Do you really think that's her best chance of finding somewhere where she can be safe? Because I don't. So I want to make you an offer.
What kind of an offer?
Oh.
I'll take her off your hands. Take her back with me to my people. We're well supplied, well hidden, and a lot of us have had kids of our own. And now Crawford's fallen, we got nothing left to fear from them. She'll be safe with us. Safer than she will be if she stays with you. I promise you.
I need to
That's
think
what
about
you
this.
want for her, isn't it? To be safe?
You're coming at me with a lot here, Vernon. I need to think it over.
Of course. Take your time. But I want you to think about some things.
God, this game really is emotional, man. This...
You
I do
chose
feel
to let
bad
that
about
boy
Ben.
die back in Crawford. I gotta wonder about the morality of the kind of man who would do something like that. I got to wonder what kind of parent you'd be.
Going somewhere?
Yeah, I'm about to head out.
Find your parents. I forgot about that. Yeah.
I just wanted to say
We're
thanks
looking for parents.
for everything. It's been fun.
Should come with
What are
us.
you talking about? Kenny's working on the boat right now. Thought you were coming with us. God knows you earned it.
Yeah, I've been thinking it over. It's not for me. Sounds like it'd be pretty crowded, and I never did like the water.
You sure about this?
I'm sure.
Why do they walk
I've
downstairs in the
always
rhythm?
done better on my own. And
That I'm not too sure. I need a season
Listen,
5.
I'm not much.
There's
for
4
goodbyes.
seasons in total.
Tell the
I'm
others for
actually
me.
really enjoying this. This is really fun.
You take care of yourself, Molly.
You too, Lee.
Yeah, remaster would be cool because I know like the graphics aren't exactly the
And you be sure to take care of
best,
that
but it's
little
actually
girl.
pretty good to be
You know
fair.
she thinks the world of you.
Oh, there goes Molly.
Ain't
She was a
nothing to do with
badass,
luck.
but I guess she's gone now. There's a remaster. I know there's like the definitive edition, but that's what I'm playing right now.
Hey, sweet pea.
Kenny's working on the boat.
I know.
What are we going to do after he fixes it? Where will
Yeah.
we go?
Someplace else.
Someplace better. Clem, honey, what's wrong?
What happened to Ben? What did Kenny mean when he said you did what you had to?
You want me to save him?
You have to believe me. I tried to save him, but Ben didn't want me to.
What do you mean?
What Ben did was very brave. He knew we were running out of time, and that saving him might put everyone else in danger. So he told me to leave him behind so the rest of us could get away. I know that's difficult to understand.
I understand.
You do?
Yeah, he thought about other people before he thought about himself. My mom always told me that's what makes a good person.
Well, she was right.
Before we leave tomorrow, will we have time to look for my parents?
It may not be time.
I'd like to, Clem, but I don't think we'll have time. We really shouldn't stay here any longer. It's not safe. I'm so sorry, Clementine. I'm so sorry.
Jesus, man. God. This, I'm assuming this is like the end of the episode now. Or is it still continuing?
Clementine?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Clementine?
Is this another nightmare, or is this, like, real? Why does he walk down the stairs like that? Yeah, this has got to be a nightmare. The place is empty.
Clementine? Clementine! Oh, God.
Oh, there's the hat. Uh-oh.
Clem?
The radio was on the desk, wasn't it? That will not disclose last second. Oh, I'll keep that in mind. Oh, oh my! Jesus Christ, dude! Jesus Christ, okay. She's not dead, is she? Oh.
No.
No.
Lee? Lee? You out here? Lee!
Are you crazy? What are you doing out here? It ain't safe.
Lee? Where's
Fuck,
Clementine?
man.
She's not in her room.
Vernon ain't in the house either. What the hell is going on?
Who's mine?
Oh my god.
No way. No fucking way.
There's no time to worry about me. Clementine's gone.
There's no chance she just wandered off on her own?
No way.
Then who the hell took her?
I don't know. Last night, Vernon came to me and offered to take her with him. Said she'd be better off.
Son of a bitch. I knew we couldn't trust that fucker.
Wherever she is, I have to find her.
Okay. What do you need from us?
Need help to
Since we
find
don't have
her,
much
yeah.
time, we have a better chance of finding her if we all go together. Who's with me?
We're all responsible for Clementine, and in your condition, you may not make it to her in time. She needs our help. All of our help.
Damn right. We can't let you do this alone.
So that's settled then. We'll look for Clementine together.
Hell yeah. What are we waiting for?
Thanks, you guys. I appreciate it. Really.
God damn it, man.
You've always been there for me, Lee. Always had my back when it mattered. What kind of friend would I be if I wasn't there for you now? Bitten or not, I'm with you to the end. You can count on me.
Okay, guys, we should go find Vernon.
Was it preventable? You know how I had the option of looking through the trash?
We just gonna leave it
I
unguarded?
need to know, chat.
If someone
Was it
gonna take they'd
preventable?
have done it already. Besides, what choice?
Like, could I have, like, not been bit? Or is this, like, destined to happen? Happens no matter what. Damn. Shit, man. Fuck, Lee's, like, gutted. Damn. Oh, we're in the bunker. Destined. Damn. My goat. My amazing goat Lee. He's not got long then, does he? He's got like... Well, for the bloody... For Duck, it just had a day or so. Oh, they've cleared out. Okay.
Where the hell are they?
Looks like they got out of here in a hurry.
Vernon, get out here! There doesn't have to be any trouble here. All I want is the girl. Give her back and nobody needs to get hurt.
Yeah, he's not got long. What happened to his main character armor? I think that's long gone now. There's a horde of zombies.
Clementine, are you all right? Where are you? Vernon, you son of a bitch!
Hello, Lee.
Is that Vernon or is that someone else?
Who is
this?
this?
It's not Vernon if that's what you're thinking. And you should really watch your tone. Clementine's fine, but if I were you, I'd choose my next words very carefully.
What do you want from me? Oh. No time left. Okay, Jesus, man. Let's see. Kill the boy in the attic. Threaten vermin. Yeah, we rationalize. You didn't kill a boy? No, I did. You and 25% of players did kill a boy. Did you let Ben fall to his death? That's pretty equal. Or is it 25? I'm not too sure. Apparently a lot of people just left the boy there. Which is fair, I guess. Reveal your bite to the group? Yeah. Damn. Who came with you? Oh, okay. So, I'm guessing if you mess up certain choices, only certain characters come with you. Oh, for Christ's sake, TikTok. What if I do? Okay, select 2 objects that are the same shape. Letter Y. Okay, there we go. You can choose who to pick. Yeah. 13%, 10%. I'm noticing that there's no bloody, what's her name? 6% can only Lee? How do you mess up that badly? That's what I want to know. Well, on that note, you can go if you don't agree with absolutely everything he says because he's a baby. Oh. Well, on that note, chat, I think I would call that a stream. God, this has been good. This is a 5-hour stream. I was not expecting to, still be live this long. God damn. It's actually been really fun though. I want to thank you guys for being here. It's been absolutely awesome. Thank you guys for the gift as well. But yeah, 5-hour stream. It's been pretty chill. We'll be streaming more of this at some point as well. Later on in the week, I feel like, or at the start of season 4, like episode 1 of season 4. So like the very start. But yeah, chat. Thank you guys for the awesome stream. I'll be streaming more of this later on in the week, so I'll keep you guys up to date with that. But yeah, hope you guys all have a good night, and I'll see you guys later. Hope you all have a good night, and goodbye.